for what we are going on. Of course, then, looking at our bilateral relations with South Korea, with its population of more than 50 million, let's face it, and a corresponding larger GDP, South Korea is, of course, let's face it, the bigger one in our bilateral partnership. But the partnership is always between equally oriented countries. By the way, the same holds for Dutch relations, for instance, with Japan, which at the moment is being visited by our Prime Minister, Mr. Schoof. Now, to conclude, joining forces, and it was already mentioned by Your Excellency, joining forces between our two countries, for instance in AI and other cutting-edge technologies, let's not forget them, as well as semiconductor supply chains, which are on the program today, they may give both of us a formidable jump into the right direction. And let's repeat it, we are talking here enduring and in-depth relations between our two countries. So, to conclude, I would say in these hyper-turbulent times, this forum is really timely, and I'm sure it will contribute to our common ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Rosenthal. I think what we gathered from these opening remarks and speeches is that there's a lot in common between the Netherlands and South Korea. There is a lot that these two countries can work on together. So without further ado, I would proceed with the first panel, which especially examine cooperation in terms of defense and security between the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands when it comes to NATO especially. I would like hence to invite on the stage Mr. Kim Won-soo as the moderator of this session and Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament at the United Nations. Please, together with him on the panel, we will have Minister Park Jin, that I also welcome on stage. We're going to have Pietro De Matteis, Program Officer at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and Davis Ellison, Strategic Analyst at HCSS and Director of our Future of Transatlantic Relations Program. And last but certainly not least, Chung-Min Lee, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. I don't want to steal the panel any more time, so Mr. Kim, I leave the panel in your expert hands. But before that, please give them a warm round of applause.
Great. Good morning. Can you hear me? Loud and clear? Okay. Because we never tested this microphone. It's great to have our panel build on what two distinguished ministers have just said. But before doing that, I think it is my obligation to say three things first, because I'm moderating the first session of the first strategic dialogue between Korea and the Netherlands. So my first thanks should go to the organizers of this forum, Executive Deputy Director Rademacher and his team at Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and also President Kim and his staff at the Korea Foundation. And my second thanks should go to the speakers, of course, two distinguished ministers, as well as our distinguished members of the panel. To my right wing, Minister Park Jin doesn't require any introduction, but I want to add my personal note that he and I are the closest buddies from high school. high school, college, foreign service, and afterwards, until now. And Mr. Davis Ellison, he is representing the HCSS, although he is an American, and I learned from my conversation with him last night that he followed the same hobby as I'm doing, basketball. He's a graduate of Indiana University and then went to North Carolina for his master's work, and then he's now doing PhD work at King's College in London. So he's going to be soon to be doctor, I understand.
Yes.
And to my left wing, Mr. Pietro, again, Dr. Pietro de Matthews. He's from Italy, but he's working for EU, Foreign Service, and now for the NATO. And Dr. Jung-Min Lee, again, my close Korean friend. We have known more than maybe 40 years now. But he's working now for Carnegie Endowment. So he is, I think, the best person to give not only Korean view, but also Korean-American view as well. So thank you so much for my distinguished members of the panel. And my third thanks should go to, last but not least, to the audience. Thanks for coming. And this meeting is being organized, I think, right after your Easter break. And thank you so much. And I'm very impressed to see the convening power of HCSS. Room is full. And with that, without further ado, I'd like to move to our discussion. As two ministers laid out, international order is going through, I try to use the word great turbulence, but as you said, hyper turbulence. I want to borrow your word. And also multilateralism is under hyper stress. And we need multilateralism more than ever. But it is not working at a time when it is needed most. And the other factor, very troubling factor, is the retreat of the global leadership. Second Trump administration doesn't show any willingness to step up to the plate to perform the role it has assumed by themselves after the end of the Second World War. And China doesn't seem willing to take the void left by the retreat of the US global leadership. And as a result, we're now seeing a great trouble coming to us, because if we see from Eastern Europe, Caucasus, Middle East, South Asia, Southeast Asia, South China Seas, East China Seas, and Korean Peninsula, we see now the emergence of global arc of instability. Eastern part is already on fire. But if this fire moves to eastern part, western part is already on fire, and if this moves to the eastern part of that global arc of instability, then it may well be the beginning of the Third World War, because then major powers will be, whether they like it or not, very likely to be involved in direct confrontation. So we have to do our best to avoid that scenario, and I'm sure, although Minister Park has already said many things, but I think he has additional insights he wants to share with us. And the toughest job, my job, is to manage the time. So 5 minutes for the first round, and after each speaker uses 4 minutes, and then you will see 1 minute mark. And then you have to wrap it up fast. Mr. Park, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I already mentioned some general observations that I had, but I tried to emphasize that the deepening strategic cooperation between Korea and Netherlands is very important. It is very crucial in such a fluctuating, uncertain geopolitical transformation that we are witnessing now. As you know very well, Korea is a global partner of the NATO. We are not a member, but we have a great working relationship with the NATO organization. And we appreciate the Dutch support for our close partnership with the NATO. We are very grateful to the Netherlands for sending us your soldiers, more than 5,300 young men and women, to Korea when we were in crisis. You had a very fierce battle in Hwangsong, Inje, Wonju, which is a Gangwon province in Korea. We still have the memorial, and we appreciate the valiant sacrifice the Netherlands has made. And still, many Dutch soldiers are buried in the Busan Peace Cemetery. So based on that blood friendship, we would like to explore future security cooperation with the Netherlands, not only in Asia, but also in Europe. Korea is a global partner, and also we are pursuing very energetically the individually tailored partnership program, ITPP, of the NATO. We have agreed that Korea will contribute to 4 areas, including cyber security and technology and hybrid, and of course, support for Ukraine in their war against Russia. So the Netherlands and Korea have lots of things to do together. Now, what makes this problem more complicated is North Korea's participation in the Ukraine war. They have sent, I understand, more than 14,000 North Korean soldiers to Russia to fight against Ukraine. Now, you know that we, Republic of Korea, has been supporting Ukraine through our humanitarian assistance, medical support, and financial support, and all the possible support from a humanitarian viewpoint to this country. North Korea is actually conducting illicit actions, violating UN Security Council resolutions, and trying to acquire sensitive military technologies from Russia, including the ICBM re-entry technology, or the sensitive military satellite technology, or even nuclear-powered submarine, not to mention financial support from Russia and most advanced fighters, such as Sukhoi 35. So North Korea is creating security crisis not only on the Korean peninsula, but also in Europe as well. So we have to deal with these common challenges together, the Netherlands and Korea together. And we are very grateful that the Netherlands, the Navy, the Dutch Navy, had sent your missile defense frigate, the anti-air frigates, to Korea in 2021 and 2024. I happened to be in Busan last year when your ship came to our country. And as a former Navy officer, I was very grateful and very impressed with the Dutch commitment to Korean security. Now we are in the Semiconductor Alliance. 2 years ago, I was here, visited the Veldhoven, where ASML headquarters is located, and we agreed, based on our growing strategic partnership, to enter into a semiconductor alliance, one and only of such alliance by Korea. We have military alliance with the United States. We have technological alliance with the Dutch as partner. So I think for us, this is a very important and really crucial partnership that we have to nurture and develop and solidify in the future. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. You set the tone, keeping the time limit well below. Now, soon-to-be Dr. Ellis.
Well, thank you very much, and it's, of course, an honor to follow behind so many great speakers, so I hope I'll be able to step up to the plate there. So a panel on navigating global security challenges, Korea-NATO policy, and the implications of the Russia-Ukrainian war. Perhaps in my role as the head of our initiative on transatlantic relations, I'm maybe a little more willing to pass some judgment on my home country's direction, so that'll certainly come up a bit here, but I'll focus quite a bit on the military aspects of cooperation and how that has worked at the strategic level, also based on my prior experience working in NATO for NATO Allied Command Transformation. In that environment, I can say that prior to 2022, before Russia's invasion, NATO's partnership policy and much of the work was not particularly concrete. It was not supported by much of a military strategy without much of a grounding there. Partnerships were essentially nice to have opportunities. Of course, we wanted to get together and discuss with like-minded countries, but there were, apart from some bilateral cooperation, there was not much at the military strategic level in terms of cooperation. And of course, there were the challenges in there when we talk about like-minded. Of course, there were other partnerships with countries like the United Arab Emirates or Qatar, where that starts to become a shaky proposition. So partnerships prior to the war featured very little practical cooperation unless we were talking in a mission sense, like Libya or Afghanistan or somewhere like that, which of course has also changed. And very little information was also shared. I can also speak from experience when we wanted to brief our work to partners like the Republic of Korea or even Ukraine. These were unclassified briefings, and we could actually share very little with them. That, of course, has changed. That, of course, changed very significantly. Cooperation, as some of my fellow panelists, and I'm sure even more will expand later, is accelerated and is much more concrete now with many more practical initiatives. Of course, there's the cybersecurity aspect to this. North Korea's activities against states here in Europe, both from critical infrastructure, targeting political parties, targeting countries across NATO, and of course, already mentioned the presence of North Korean troops on the battlefield in Ukraine. Now, not just after a first round of experience in the field, now coming back, integrated alongside Russian units, fighting alongside them directly against Ukrainian troops. Particularly in the Kursk region of Russia. And of course, there's always the routine threats from the North Korean missile program. I always wanted to remind people when we talked partnerships in NATO that a Hwasong ICBM, as well as flying east towards Los Angeles, can just as easily fly west or towards Brussels. But of course, there are other drivers to this cooperation that even predate the war. Defense cooperation predates the war, especially the European market for Korean defense has been very important. Of course, the most prevalent example after the start of the war is the support to the Polish armed forces with the K2 Black Panther sales, which has gone through several rounds and has accelerated. But of course, that had already been going on with artillery systems, which are already popular amongst European forces here. But of course, the other elephant in the room besides Washington is, of course, Beijing, and how much that has played a role in shaping cooperation within the NATO context. Again, when I first started at NATO, this was in 2019 at the time, right when I began, we, at the military strategic side, could not talk about China seriously. That, of course, has also changed, and it's spoken about in much more practical terms. But then, I'll conclude on where this sort of cooperation goes from here, because the other major shift since the war is, of course, U.S. foreign policy. And what I can only describe under a second Trump administration as not just hesitancy and stepping back, but in some areas, active hostility towards its allies in a way that we have not seen before, to include even territorial threats, which are not simply rhetorical. So when we think about cooperation going forward between East Asian states such as Korea and European states as the Netherlands, we have to decouple it a little bit from the logic that we've previously had of thinking about it in the context of a mutually supportive U.S. alliance system, and start thinking about European East Asian cooperation on its own merits at the military strategic level. I hope that's something we can touch on in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for adding not only HCSS perspective, but also perspective as an American about second Trump administration. As you said, I think, ironically, maybe Trump pushed us get closer. Now to my left wing, Dr. Demetrius, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mutsu. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in this esteemed place for a very interesting conversation. You actually started by mentioning multilateralism. So actually, I decided to actually remind us how NATO was started, actually, right after the Second World War. As all the other multilateral organizations had been created, the UN in 45, the World Bank in 44, NATO in 49. Because we knew after the Second World War how actually we end up if we don't cooperate. So NATO has a specific objective of ensuring peace and stability in our transatlantic space through a very simple principle of cooperation, deterrence, and defense. So principle Article 5. So that's actually how NATO is contributing to peace and stability by avoiding, indeed, war. Now, of course, the world changed significantly back, in the past 76 years. We actually marked the anniversary a few weeks ago of the 76th anniversary of NATO. And clearly, back then, the challenges were different. So we were an alliance that was supposed to defend every bit of our territory on the air, on the sea, and on land. But clearly, things have changed. Now we have the space. Communication goes through space. It's an essential domain of our work where we have to be able to deter and defend. Cyberspace, we know our companies, our countries, our hospitals are on a daily basis attacked and data are stolen. So clearly this is an area where also we have to be better at deterring and defending. And clearly these are challenges which don't really follow borders. And actually that's why we have developed over the past several years and is in our strategic concept, the principle of cooperative security. So we have our main area of work, of course, which is deterrence and defense. Deterrence and defense, Article 5, key element of our work. But then we have crisis response and management. So we support allies and partners in case of crisis, man-made or natural. But also there's this aspect of cooperative security because we realize that these challenges are too big for any country, even the biggest country, to deal alone. We discussed yesterday with the colleague about the supply chains. Our semiconductors supply chain are so interconnected, and there are tens of countries which are involved in the production of these semiconductors, and the whole supply chain needs to be secure. So how can we do this if we don't cooperate? So cooperative security is essential. And so I would like to also debunk one narrative that says that we have been working now with the Indo-Pacific just because now we are becoming aggressive. No. Cooperation within the Pacific, specifically Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the country I specifically work with on a daily basis, is cooperation which has been lasting for 20 years. If you look at Korea, since 2005, we actually have had exchanges. And 2012 was the first ITPP, as was mentioned by the minister, so the first program of cooperation, mutually discussed, mutually agreed. So area of cooperation, which is clearly essential and has been evolving over the past 20 years. Now, has things changed since Russian aggression of Ukraine? Of course. Of course, that's a turning point because we already knew that we had supply chain dependencies and connection in the economy, but now we realize also the security of the two regions is so interconnected. So if we want to deter and defend our territory, we need to be able to deter and defend all the supply chains, all the elements which connect our economic and interest and political interest more broadly. And so the cooperation has become more and more important. We see our main threat, according to our strategic concept, which is Russia. The main threat for the alliance is Russia, as well as terrorism, but terrorism is a different kind of threat, asymmetric threat. Russia is the main threat for the alliance, has been signing agreements with North Korea. Clearly, as was mentioned by the minister, there are troops, over 12,000, possibly 14,000, being deployed on the front line. We have missiles being used, North Korean missiles being used on the front line, killing Europeans. So clearly, this is a next level of connection between the two regions. We have China, and it was mentioned before. China, for NATO, is not a threat. China is a challenge. But because of the cooperation that is putting in place with Russia, by allowing to bypass sanctions, by supporting the narrative that Russia uses in the region and in our region, is becoming a decisive enabler of the Russian aggression. So in all this situation, I think it's even more important that we have these kind of discussions to ensure that we actually understand what we do together, what we can do more, and we can discuss for much more during the panel, and also say what we don't do. And certainly NATO is not providing security in the Pacific, but is providing resources to enhance our collective resilience. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. de Mathias, and also for bringing up again missing elephant in the room, China. Not only in the context of security, but also in the context of supply chains as well. Thank you. Now, last but not least, Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kim. It's a real pleasure to be back in The Hague. The last time I was in The Hague was when I was 15 years old. So this was like 50 years ago. And a lot has obviously changed in those 50 years. What I want to do today briefly in the first session is to lay out what I think is the common problem that both the Netherlands and the Koreans face. If you look at the Eurasian landmass for the first time, it is now unified by authoritarian states that people have pointed out: Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea. And we have been able to counterbalance this Eurasia through the transatlantic and the trans-Pacific alliances. But those alliances are becoming weaker because of Mr. Trump. And I think even if the Democrats regain the White House in 2028, the damage that has already been done to the quote-unquote the broader Western alliance, it's not irreversible or irrecoverable, but it has done enormous damage. And so how do you repair the damage? Well, we have to spend more money. But the problem is richer Western states, including Japan and South Korea, are all facing common problems of much lower growth, rising social welfare spending, and enormous security and military threats. So it's all great that we have this forum and we're going to do X, Y, and Z, but if you don't have money in the bank, there's nothing you can really do. So the ROK spends 2.8% of its money on defense, GDP-wise, the Netherlands 1.87%. The Dutch have just committed to increase defense spending up to 2%, which is the minimal NATO threshold. So what went wrong in the West? Let's take out Mr. Trump for a second and see what went wrong in NATO. Well, you had early warning signals in the Georgian war earlier, the Russian invasion of Crimea, and even the Russian military support for Syria. And what did NATO do? Basically, nothing. Then, what I would call, since the end of the Cold War, is the so-called rusting of the West. You did not put money on defense technologies, on military industrial policy. Basically, you thought that peace would last forever. And then, of course, the problem is, in Asia, what did we get wrong? Well, everybody drank the same Kool-Aid of commercial peace. And the commercial peace theory goes like this: if you trade more, there will be no bad wars. It's the McDonald's theory of peace. You know, the idea that if there's one McDonald's in a country X and there's another country within McDonald's, those countries won't go to war. Well, that theory was BS to begin with, but it was a very fun way of putting commercial peace theory on the map. And that commercial peace theory basically went out the window because of North Korea, because of China, and now because of Ukraine. And I think as a result, Asians must really wake up, not just to a new reality posed by Mr. Trump, but the fact that, in my view, the era of commercial peace is finished. More trade does not mean more peace. So let me just conclude the first session with my key thoughts, which is, in Asia, over the last 150 years, what we have done in East Asia is what I would call the Meiji Asian goals: rich country, strong army. Well, China, South Korea, and Japan have achieved all three goals. And so the key question for Asia going forward, especially democracies that are strongly allied with the US, but also going to be on their own, is how can you make sure that you are able to preserve stability without America? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for, I think you provoke us to think more deeply, and many peace theories are in danger. I hope still democratic peace theory can hold, although we need a leader for the democratic world. And I think maybe my panelists keep the time very well, so maybe we can have second round among the panelists, and then I will open up the floor to the audience. And I think we talked a lot about two elephants in the room, Trump and China. and I think Korea, Netherlands, and Europe are in the same boat, because we try very hard to figure out what is the best way to manage these two elephants, particularly when we have to assume Trump U.S. is keen to have maybe China as going beyond the challenge, but as a main threat to them, and then try to decouple China from supply chains. And then I think we, Korea and Europe, are caught in the middle. Because although Biden administration recognize that, and they say decoupling China is not possible, but de-risking should be the way to go. But it's much easier said than actually what it means. And I think Korea and the Netherlands and Europe in larger sense are in the same dilemma. How we can manage together the risk coming from intensifying US-China hegemonic rivalry, and also how can we help them manage their competition responsibly and peacefully. So maybe I will reverse the order, and I will try to start with my left wing. Dr. Lee, you go first.
I'll be very brief, Ambassador Kim, because I do want to hear questions from the floor. If I had to condense your statement in 2 words, what is Asia's Ukraine? It's Taiwan. And I'm convinced to my bones that in the next 5 to 10 years, we will see a major crisis in Taiwan. So if we imagine the Chinese actually invading Taiwan or imposing a maritime, say, quarantine that is akin to war, what the US will do under Trump is basically a big question. So will Donald Trump send American forces to defend Taiwan? I doubt it. I think what he will do is call 2 leaders in Asia. First, he will call the Japanese Prime Minister and say, hey, I want you to send self-defense forces because your island is only 110 kilometers from the border of Taiwan. Then he'll call the Korean president and say, hey, I want you to basically help us defend Taiwan. I doubt highly whether the Japanese Prime Minister or a future Korean president will send troops to defend Taiwan. If that happens and the Chinese succeed, I guarantee you 2 things will happen. The Western Pacific will no longer be led by the US. It will be led by a very hegemonic China. And that has enormous economic, technological, and strategic implications, both for Asian countries and our European partners. So again, I may be doom and gloom, but that's part of my job. It's to think about unrosy scenarios. And as I told you, if you look at what NATO did from 1990 until the outbreak of the Ukrainian war, with all due respect to my European friends, you basically just did nothing. You laid out your 2% defense spending. Very few countries met it. Even now, the major European countries do not meet the 2% minimal threshold. You keep on saying that you do, but you won't, until you have to, because Trump will no longer guarantee European security. So again, in essence, Ambassador Kim, what is Ukraine's Asia version? It's Taiwan. And in Asia, we have to really prepare for a Taiwan contingency.
So you seriously doubt U.S. commitment to defend Taiwan?
I do.
Regardless of who will be the
Yes.
next president of the U.S.?
Biden said 3 times when he was president, I will support Taiwanese defense. Well, he's no longer president. And even in the future Democratic administration, I might be wrong, it's very difficult to imagine Americans sending really troops or naval forces to really defend Taiwan in a major war, because if the Americans send forces, it will be a US-China war.
Okay, scary scenario. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So,
Pietro?
I would like to respond to a couple of points, indeed, rightly so mentioned by on my left. It's true that indeed there has been this peace dividends that we have been benefiting in Europe from in the past 30 years at least. Since the end of the Cold War, European countries have stopped investing in defense. And that's the result, is that indeed most countries didn't respect the 2% minimum investment in defense, which is necessary to ensure an effective deterrence and defense. The fact is that European countries had invested in the relation with Russia after the end of the Cold War, and actually we had included also as NATO, Russia in the peace architecture of Europe. Actually, we had until 2022, actually, right before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we had a NATO-Russia Council. We had Russia actually sitting at the table in alphabetical order with the allies, which we don't do even with the AP4, and we have them several times a week, a month in the building. They are on the side. Russia was in alphabetical order in the meeting room. So clearly we included Russia. So the objective was indeed to try to integrate Russia through economy, as was mentioned, creating interdependencies. Germany specifically invested a lot into this. And indeed we scaled down the investment in defense to spend the resources in something else. Clearly, now this is not possible anymore, and it's clear that if we want to ensure that we maintain our deterrence capabilities, we have to invest much more. Now we have 23 out of the 32 allies who actually are spending 2%, so still quite a few who are not yet at the level. And it's clear that actually in the situation in which we are now, even the 2%, as my Secretary General says, it's not a ceiling, it's a base, and we understand actually we may need to invest even more. Then the challenge is then how can we even put that money into operation quickly, because now at the last Defense Ministerial we had also, including the IP4, including Korea in November, we realized, okay, even if we put money on the table, how can we put them into production right away? And we don't have that capacity of production right away. That's why industrial cooperation, again, with the IP4 is essential. Korea, Japan, Australia. So there are several levels of complexities that need to be addressed. One is, of course, the funding. The second is how we can put that funding into operations so that we can produce what needs to be produced. And then there is a part of the diplomacy. NATO, of course, even when I worked 14 years in the European Union, so then I moved to NATO. And we think NATO is a purely military organization where we are all, military. No, actually, NATO is a political military organization. So everything is decided at political level. It's a state, minister, ambassador. So the good thing of NATO is that we discuss every day, several times a day, with all the colleagues from different countries, and we try to get consensus. So we have 32 allies, and indeed, sometimes decisions are not taken because there's no consensus, or there's some compromises which need to be made. But it's also a situation that allows us to indeed discuss with our American colleagues at different levels, be at a committee level, ministerial level, defense, foreign affairs, and of course at a summit level, to try to iron out the differences and possibly having a concrete, strong agreement on what needs to be done. And I can say to conclude that the US administration, with all the meetings we had even recently at the ministerial, there's clear ironclad support for NATO, clearly with an expectation that we all invest more in defense.
Thank you, Pietro. And although it is a little unfortunate to note that efforts to engage Russia didn't work, didn't prevent them from invading Ukraine twice. But isn't it too hard to these days to come up with a consensus within NATO with the new U.S. administration?
I have to say that we haven't had any difficulty. The cooperation, until now, the cooperation has been going as before. Of course, there's been a moment of understanding about the new position, but we haven't had any roadblock for now.
Okay, thank you. Minister Park.
Let me talk about the great power strategic rivalry briefly. With the United States, obviously, we have our alliance striving for more than 7 decades. It's one of the most successful alliances in the history of the alliance. It began with a military alliance being transformed into the economic alliance based on free trade agreement. And now we have the technological alliance with the US. So we call it Global Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, the long name. Now, the second Trump administration is obviously challenges and opportunities for Korea. It's a challenge because based on America First policy, President Trump would like to have more contribution by the allies in Europe and Asia, which means that we need to spend more money for our national defense and the burden sharing. Also, at the same time, perhaps we need to bear more burden of our own defense on the Korean peninsula, which is a challenge. But at the same time, I think it's a window of opportunity for Korea to stand on our own, including the conventional defense capability and also strengthening the extended deterrence with the United States to deter North Korean growing nuclear and missile capabilities. So although we are in the process of snap presidential election now, when the new government comes in early June, I think there should be a summit meeting between Korea and the United States to discuss all these important issues to maintain and strengthen our successful alliance with the United States. Now, one good silver lining in this whole episode is that Korea has our own card, which is a shipbuilding industry. We have the world-class shipbuilding technology and capability and manpower and willingness to support the United States in its strategic competition with China in the Indo-Pacific. We all know that American Navy ship, American military power has declined in terms of numbers of the ships in the region. China has taken over in 5 or 10 years. The gap will grow. And which country will help the United States? China? No. Maybe Korea or Japan. So when President Trump called our leader recently, he mentioned shipbuilding industry, the Korean support for American sea power, which is very important, which will substantiate the Indo-Pacific strategy of Washington. Now, Russia, we are imposing for the first time financial sanctions on Russia and also export control. As a former foreign minister, I stress to my counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, that we would like to have a good relationship with Russia, but you're making it difficult. Your armed invasion of Ukraine violates international law and UN Charter. He didn't agree with me, but I think that all the nations have the same view about this issue. So for the time being, we have a very uncomfortable relationship with Russia, and I think that Russia has to pay the price of their illegal activities. Now, China, obviously China has been our neighbor for thousands of years, and we have a substantial, huge trade relationship with China. So we need to maintain good working relationship with China based on mutual respect and mutual benefits. And I pointed this to my counterpart, Mr. Wang Yi, that we need to maintain a good working relationship, but there are limits to our partnership because we have a different political system, different political ideologies. We have to admit that. But when we somehow can respect each other through maybe de-risking strategy, if not the decoupling. And I think that we can manage our relationship with China. Now, North Korean participation in the war in Ukraine makes China uncomfortable. We know that. So, ironically, this creates a window of opportunity for Korea to have a strategic dialogue with China. And China is now approaching Korea more actively. They're suggesting that Korea, Japan, China would have to resume trilateral free trade agreement, relationship, negotiations. So we feel like compared to American protectionist policy, China is advocating the free trade with the countries in the region. China is making inroads into the vacuum that the United States has created. That makes us uncomfortable. So we try to convey our feeling and message to Washington while at the same time being engaged in a strategic dialogue with China.
Thank you, Minister. But if I push you a little bit, I know this is maybe too sensitive or tough question to answer, but any insights you want to share in case of Taiwan emergency, as Dr. Lee depicted?
Taiwan is important for us because 1/3 of the maritime transportation which comes to Korea go through the Taiwan Strait. If there is a geopolitical crisis erupting, it will have a direct impact on our economy, not to mention our security situation, because North Korea would try to take advantage of the crisis in the region to make sure that they can threaten South Korea with more growing nuclear and missile capabilities. So we have to make sure that if the crisis happens, of course, the first priority is not to make it happen through preventive diplomacy and peace diplomacy to the issue. But in the worst case, if it happens, then I think that we should think about what we can do as a friend of Taiwan and also as an ally of the United States. Now, the US government, as you may know very well, talks about interim national defense strategic guidance, which says that US will put the highest priority on Taiwan issue. So the other areas, the countries will have to take care of their own for the time being. And if the US has surplus capabilities, then it'll provide security support. Now, from our viewpoint, if something happens in Taiwan, we have to first make sure that we can defend our country in the first place. And we need sufficient size of the US troops on the Korean Peninsula, despite the so-called strategic flexibility, which would mean that the US troops on the Korean Peninsula can be deployed to other crisis regions, for example, Taiwan Strait. I think that's the first priority for Korea to respond in cooperation with the US troops on the Korean Peninsula. We have to discuss it with the US on what kind of contingencies can happen. If that happens, what we can do together. We have more than 5,000 Koreans living in Taiwan, and we have more than 100 Korean companies operating in Taiwan. It's so close to us, so this is not someone else's problem. We have to think about what we can do.
But if US President calls Japanese Prime Minister or South Korean President to send troops to Taiwan, I think it'll be extremely difficult without the guarantee for nuclear protection by the US.
Well, not only that, I agree with Minister Park, but we could probably send, for example, if the Americans say, can you send surface warships to have joint maritime, counterattacks against Chinese PLA Navy assets? Number one, even a conservative president in the ROK, I doubt highly whether he will be able to tell the Korean public, I am going to send our naval ships to defend Taiwan.
And without the US leadership standing on the frontier.
Right. And I think the second issue that we have to overcome is how many South Koreans will publicly support Seoul's support for sending naval assets to support Taiwan if the Japanese are also involved. In other words, will South Korea be able to join in a joint military operation with the US and Japan. I hope they can, but I think politically it's going to be very difficult. And on June 3rd, as you all know, we will have new elections in South Korea. And we don't know who the new president will be, but almost all the polls suggest that the opposition candidate, whoever he may be, has a very good chance of becoming president. If that's the case, they will have very different national security priorities and strategies that will have huge ramifications, in my opinion, on how we can go forward between NATO and the ROK.
Yeah, I want to make one caveat. Direct military involvement in Taiwan Strait by Korea will be impossible because of our own security on the peninsula and also political reasons. But there may be other indirect ways of supporting our friend in times of crisis in our cooperation with the U.S. Troops on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, I totally agree, because maintaining security on the Korean Peninsula will become even more important, because then North Korea may misjudge. Window of opportunity opens up for them, because then they may think wrongly that China will close maybe one eye if to a North Korean provocation on the Korean Peninsula to divert attention from Taiwan to Korean Peninsula. Okay, too much talk about our part of the world. Dr. Ellison.
I'll start a bit again with a little bit of a look at the U.S. And then turn back here towards Europe. So in that I'm going from a darker side of the story to a hopefully more constructive, productive side. One, speaking to the U.S. reliability issue or credibility issue, whichever label we want to give to it, I just have to follow on with reinforce the argument that even outside of the second Trump administration, the respective U.S. administrations towards its allies have shown a lack of reliability. That's both with the informal partners that we can point to in places like the Middle East. I distinctly remember being in NATO when the pullout happened in northeastern Syria, and the 3 Baltic states who were sitting next to me being absolutely terrified that that would happen to them one day. And then fairly closely on the heels of that, just 2 years later, what we can only call the abandonment of the Afghan allies. When I say we, in this case, I particularly mean the United States, who I will add were formal treaty allies of the United States, and the abandonment of that treaty. So the U.S. does not have a great track record, and it's once again proving itself in that track record by negotiating over the heads of the Ukrainians and indeed of the Europeans directly with Russia. And specifically, this administration views Ukraine as the aggressor in this war. It has flipped the script. Serious officials at the top of the U.S. administration do not believe that this was a war started by Russia, but they believe this was a war started by Ukraine. They're very much not kidding when they say these things on Truth Social. Starting to bridge back towards Europe, why this sort of cooperation winds up being so important is a lot of the channels that we're used to thinking about in terms of reinforcing that credibility, of leading that reassurance effort from the United States. So that is people like Sakir here in NATO, the head of U.S. Army Europe, General Donahue, the head of UN Command in Korea, our respective ambassadors to these organizations. These people in the current U.S. administration do not make policy. Policy is coming from the White House within a very small select group of people, which again calls into question the reliability, because you're going to hear one thing from the ambassador and then 2 weeks later hear something different from the White House, which is always a very dangerous situation to be in an alliance. All of this meaning, when we're looking back at the European situation here in the Netherlands, but especially a lot of the other Atlanticist countries, as they're thinking about their defense policy and posture going forward, is, again, following on, what does stability and security look like without that tick of the U.S. backstop in the back of our mind? One example that I can point to, there's been actually very successful cooperation between European states and Korea, has been Poland. I think they've been, with the exception of some Air Force procurement, very explicit that they want to be the largest ground force for the military ground force here in Europe, and the way that they're going to do that is by partnering with Korea and building up its defense capabilities independently of the U.S. military. Of course, they also have a very close relationship with Washington, which is part of that tension for them. But that way of thinking in terms of partnering and procurement and who we think about is the kind of turn that I hope to see in more European countries going forward, so that dependency stops being built in. So even if there is a discrepancy at the political level or diplomatic level, it doesn't impact the constructive, practical cooperation that we need to have.
So thank you. Yes, second Trump administration is a wake-up call to U.S. allies to do more independently, but in collaboration with one another. With that, I'm happy to open the floor to the audience. Please raise your hands, and when you ask a question, please identify yourself briefly, and then you can identify who your question is you want to direct. Any volunteers back?
We have a
Wait for the microphone.
We have a great relationship with Poland.
My name is Bart Hiddema. I'm with the National Board of the Young Democrats, which is a political youth organization here in the Netherlands focused on social liberalism. We have seen that economic interdependence between the European Union, Europe and Russia has not prevented the war in Ukraine. Why then still the assumption in East Asia that de-risking with China, economic interdependence with China, is a way of maintaining stability and peace in East Asia? Thank you.
Good question. Maybe I think Dr. Lee represents a skeptical side of that view, and maybe Minister Park a little more optimistic side. Pragmatic. So, Dr. Lee, you want to go first?
It's a great question, so thank you for the question. I would argue there are three reasons why commercial peace remains very strong in the mindset of Asians. Number one, thinking about the alternative is just too hard. In other words, back in 2011, then Secretary of Defense Robert Gates warned NATO partners that in a future American government, in the US Congress or US President, will no longer be able to meet the demands of a combined defense posture. That was back in 2011. No American president has said that vis-a-vis Asia so far, but the day is coming. And so one reason why, and the first reason why commercial peace is no longer possible, in my humble opinion, is because the threat nature has changed. China has become so much more powerful. Their ability to project power across the Western Pacific in the first island chain and even into the second island chain basically is a done deal. And to reverse that, the Japanese, Koreans, Australians, even Taiwanese and others have to really significantly increase defense spending, which is going to be very difficult. The second reason why it's not going to be possible is because all these countries are huge trading powers. We have enormous economic interests vis-a-vis the Chinese market. And so no Japanese, Korean, or Southeast Asian companies are willing to cut their trade ties with the Chinese, because it will result in a loss of money and loss of jobs and so forth. So the second reason is economic, incentives. The third reason is, when you think about possibility of war breaking out in the region, it's going to happen either in Korea, between India and Pakistan, or in Taiwan. These are the three major flashpoints. And so as I told you, the political leadership in almost all of the Asian countries, except China, none of them are thinking about the possibility of war or conflict, but I believe that that day is going to come sooner than later.
So your conclusion is we should be prepared for the
Yes, because I think, I'm all for more trade. I'm all for FTAs. But FTA is not going to convince Xi Jinping not to invade Taiwan if he wants to.
De-risking is not a guarantee for avoiding
That's
war.
right, yes.
Okay, practical side.
Yeah, practical side. My position is that dialogue is better than confrontation all the time. with China. We're living very closely with each other. Korean companies have invested into China. Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix, they're producing memory chips within China. They're creating jobs there. So we need to have a kind of problem-free, pragmatic partnership with China in the economic area. And in other non-political issues such as environment, sustainability, global health, climate change, we have a lot to talk with China for the regional peace and stability. And in fact, I invited Chinese foreign minister and the Japanese foreign minister to come to Korea, and three of us sit down and discuss many important issues, which are all in their national interest to discuss, rather than not being engaged. So there will be a continuing reason for engaging with China, economic reason, and also non-political reasons, and culturally also as well. Now, North Korea. Obviously, North Korean aggressive proliferation of nuclear weapons and missile development are not only concern for us, but I think it's also concern for China as well. So we need to maintain our strategic communication with China to make sure that North Korea do not go excessively to threaten all the neighbors in the region. So Chinese role, we still is important. Their constructive role to dissuade North Korea from going down the dangerous course of action. So I think we need to engage China for various reasons.
Definitely, we need China to be more proactive on North Korea.
Yeah, we hope China can respect the rule of law and to contribute to the rules-based international order. And I said, we have kind of limits in our dialogue with China. We are very much aware of that because we have different political system and different political ideologies. So I think we should be very realistic and pragmatic.
Thank you. We heard maybe two different sides of the same coin. Now maybe European perspective.
Well, if I say from my previous capacity in the European Union, clearly there was a more diverse approach to how to look at China. There was a challenge, there was economic competitors, so it was different ways in which different countries see China because of the dependency which has been developed. For us, as I mentioned, as an alliance, we don't see China as a threat. We see China as a challenger, but indeed the position China is taking in East Asia, the currency policies, the dependencies which have been created, also the dependence that we have in certain critical infrastructure are element of concern. So while NATO doesn't deal with economic policy and industrial policy as per core competence, certainly we look closely if we have critical dependencies on our infrastructure. Because clearly if we have infrastructure, be ports, be cyber infrastructure, be space infrastructure, energy infrastructure, which are operated or owned by foreign actor, and they could be manipulated in case of need, then this is a critical aspect that we should be aware of. So I think that the de-risking is essential. The decoupling is something which each country will have to deal with according to its own policy priorities and capabilities.
So de-risking should be still our preferred option. But of course, there are many challenges to accomplish that. Now, Dr. Ellison, maybe HCSS plus American perspective.
I think connecting it back to the discussion of, sort of the economic peace theory, specifically looking, in the Asia-Pacific context as compared to the Russia-European context, is I think there are differences that we can point out. For example, Russia was, hugely part of the energy market here in Europe, but it was not essentially dominating the trade space of Europe, which has had many of its own relationships. The situation in the Asia-Pacific, particularly if I think about the US's involvement in the trade relationships there, I mean, the major trade formats that are in existence, the US has, for various reasons, opted not to participate in that. The Regional Comprehensive Economic, RCEP, not in it. AIIB, not in it. It doesn't want to be engaged in this because it has a different approach to thinking about multilateralism when it comes to trade. So I don't necessarily think that these sorts of trade relationships are restraining fighting, just like I think they weren't doing that here in Europe either. Of course, as many pathways that are open as possible is great for talks and for dialogue. But I think if there is going to be, say a Chinese attack on Taiwan, a North Korean attack on the South, or even an India-Pakistan war, sure, there's economic dimensions to that, but the reasons for those attacks happening would be external to the economic relationships and, involve, very long-standing political, military challenges between all of these countries. So I don't necessarily think trade is restraining things in Asia, just like here in Europe, but I think the relationship is also very, very different because in the Asia-Pacific, the U.S. is, frankly, it has a huge trade volume, but when it comes to the governance of trade in the region, it's just not nearly as involved as it was here in the transatlantic relationship.
Thank you for, I think you're cautiously skeptical as well about economic peace. Thank you. And another question?
Hi, I'm Fraser Stevens. I'm a senior fellow here. I want to thank you, Minister Park, for your personal commitment to the strategic partnership. I was in Seoul in 2022 at the pavilion with you, and you were there, Dr. Lee, and President Yoon. So that you're here and not as a minister anymore really shows how committed you are, and thank you so much. I wanted to push back on what you said, Dr. Lee, on vis-a-vis the possible invasion of Taiwan. I don't think that South Korea would have a say. I think because of the bases in South Korea, I think it's highly unlikely that the U.S. forces there would not be engaged, and therefore, at least that's what I understand on the Chinese side, that these would be targeted, and then automatically you would be in it. And also, I think there would not be any troops involved, and might be over in days, because the crucial phase is the amphibious phase, right? So the only possibility is flanking. So there are advances in artificial intelligence driven platforms, but my question to you, do you think, first of all, that the automatic engagement is a plausible scenario, and second, the ground scenario? And yeah, thank you.
Dr. Lee?
If I understood your question, you're saying whether the South Koreans would be involved automatically in a Taiwan contingency, assuming the PRC attacks South Korean or American bases in the ROK. Was that your question? Yes. So if there is a major Taiwanese contingency, including an amphibious invasion, and at the same time, because of China's A2AD policies against the South Koreans, Japanese, and U.S. navies in the UNC rear, as they say, if they attack a South Korean ship, a frigate or submarine or whatever, if they attack South Korean merchant fleets, if they do a limited naval quarantine in the Yellow Sea against the ROK Navy, for example, then there would be a casus belli from the South Korean side. And we would then have to respond to the Chinese attack. That's going to be extremely difficult for any South Korean president. How far do you retaliate against the PRC? Now, if you look back in 2010, when the North Koreans attacked the Cheonan, and 46 sailors died, and they also bombarded Yeonpyeong Island, we responded, but only basically quite limited, because the Americans did not want us to escalate tensions with the DPRK. So the key question here is, we are ready to retaliate, against the PRC, but what will the Americans want us to do in collaboration with the Combined Forces Command? If a Chinese missile hits Pyeongtaek base and Americans die, I guarantee you we will retaliate. No doubt in my mind. If the Chinese, let's say, attack Senkaku Island and the Japanese self-defense, they will attack. So there are critical scenarios whereby both the SDF and the ROK forces will retaliate. But again, as I said, it's going to become at the level of extremely rapid escalation with the PRC. And to the extent where I believe there will be aerial, naval engagements between the ROK and PRC forces for the first time since the Korean War.
So it depends on the scenario.
Yeah.
Okay, back there.
Hypothetical.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeroen Friedman from Utrecht University. And I was wondering, we haven't talked about Greenland, and I was thinking if the US would take Greenland by force at any moment, would that change their position on Taiwan? Because they have their own expansionist ideology, you would say, at the moment. And that could flip the coin maybe on how power politics works. And I was curious about your ideas.
I think Dr. Lee provoked the audience most, but maybe Mr. Park or Dr. Ellison?
Would you like to go?
Please, sir, go ahead.
Yeah. Now, your question was about the policy changes and which will impact the Korean position towards Taiwan Strait. Is that your question?
US.
Please rephrase.
Traditionally had a viewpoint of defending Taiwan when push comes to shove. But I was wondering if they have their own expansionist ideology by taking Greenland by force, for example. What leverage would they have politically, geopolitically, if China would do something similar?
So you mean US strategy, or what is your question?
Well, it's hard to capture it very concretely, but it's more on the new logic, the new US logic. So
mainly
we're still
US.
thinking about the logic we had before Trump 2.0. And I was wondering, in the current logic, if there is any logic, what would the US do? What could they do on a political point of view if they have their own expansionist agenda versus a China agenda, which is also expansionist towards Taiwan? So it would become not very congruent, so to speak, if they would, if they had a different point of view on the way China wanted to have influence in Taiwan versus their own unnatural tendency to have more influence in a country which has no history with the US at all. So I was just curious what that would mean geopolitically. So sorry for the long question, but this is as sharp as I can frame it at the moment.
So Minister Park, then Dr. Ellison.
Yeah. Well, as a former politician, I learned how to answer difficult question with simple answer. I think it'll be difficult, not easy, for China to initiate a physical attack on Taiwan. And I know that the simulation, the result by the CSIS in Washington on 24 different scenarios led to a conclusion that the sacrifice that China has to make will be huge. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers will be killed in the physical operation, not to mention the devastating losses for China. So it wouldn't be easy for China to launch such a direct physical attack on Taiwan. And however, the impact of Ukraine war, the Russian armed invasion, and now the negotiation for ending the war and Russia trying to maintain its territorial occupation in Ukraine, and American kind of efforts to bring the war to a quick end, despite Ukraine's demand for sovereignty and restoration of the defeated land, would perhaps give China some idea that this situation in Taiwan, Asia, is actually creating some opportunity for China to act in a very aggressive way. And in fact, I know some analysts and military experts in Washington think that China may do it within 6 months' time. So it will be difficult to predict how China will act with regard to Taiwan. But when it comes to the worst, I think that we need to think about, as I mentioned at the beginning, that since US forces on the Korean Peninsula will be deployed, perhaps, to the Taiwan Strait region, we have to make sure that the Korean security remains intact with a sufficient size of the US forces, and see what we can do to facilitate US operations in the area as a real area and also logistics base, and the surveillance and monitoring and intelligence activities and so on. So we need to talk about this possibility, although the likelihood is not that high, but who knows? We have to prepare for the worst.
Yeah, and I think, how do you assess the possibility, as he asked, the US expansionist posture colliding with Chinese expansionist posture over Taiwan?
Yeah, I'd love to put a number on how much of a possibility I think it is that the U.S. would attack and annex Greenland. I think the fact that it's above zero now is already a bad situation to be in. And of course, if the U.S. were to do that, and then a Taiwan contingency were to happen and China were to attack Taiwan, and we supported the invasion of Greenland and then condemned the Chinese attack on Taiwan, of course, that's height of hypocrisy. And this has been a challenge in ways big countries talk about each other for a very long time. We are there to liberate the brave people of Iraq, while the Russians are there to dominate their peaceful neighbors in Georgia. The narrative always, can be maintained in its own particular way. Now, the challenge of how they could impact one another, if the U.S. were serious about doing this, and it genuinely did attack, it would be a military attack against a NATO ally, it's Danish territory. The fallout from doing that could be so incredibly diplomatically isolating, so much military practical cooperation could change, that it could flip a switch in somebody's mind somewhere in the PRC leadership and say, look how much they, very explicit terms, look how much they just screwed up over there. We might have a shot now. The window might have just opened. They're bogged down in the greatest diplomatic dispute in the transatlantic world in the last 75 years. Why not go for it now? So I think it could impact on it, and the narrative, of course, would be wildly hypocritical.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
Just quickly, Ambassador, I think that's a great question from the gentleman from the University of Utrecht. My thinking on this issue is quite simple. What Trump said about Denmark, about Greenland, makes absolutely zero sense. But he might still do it anyway because he's Trump. I mean, so to expect him to act logically defies logic, because in his own mindset, the Danish have sovereignty over Denmark, over Greenland, but he doesn't really care. I think the difference is that in the Chinese mindset, they have always believed from day one that Taiwan is an integral part of China. So since '49, every single PRC leader has said Taiwan is an integral part of China, and therefore no discussion. So if the Chinese leadership, for whatever reason, want to retake Taiwan, militarily or by coercive measures, they will do so regardless of whether Donald Trump wants Greenland or not. But if Donald Trump did take Greenland by force, let's say in the worst case scenario, the Chinese would say, and the Russians, well, so much for international law, so much for double standards. So whatever we do vis-a-vis Taiwan or Senkaku Island or any other territorial dispute, even with the South Koreans, they will say the US will have zero say or leverage on that issue. And so therefore, as a result, I agree with my American colleague, in the end, it will even further weaken whatever American leverage there is at that time.
That's why we all hope that chance is below zero. Maybe for gender balance, any lady? No ladies? Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm a student and I'm also helping some HCSS analysts on some research. And my question is, do you think that it's possible that China starts to, I mean, it's already militarizing some islands in the South China Sea and also like the entire China Sea. And don't you think that it's possible that China continues doing that and that we still witness what China is doing and we end up not reacting at all and not perceiving the political intent? I think that's what's mostly happened with the Ukraine and Russia war, is that we couldn't perceive the like Putin's political intent. And since even though we still witness Georgia, Crimea, all these things, Donbass and everything, my concern as a student, and also I don't have a lot of knowledge on this, but my concern is that we won't really be able to perceive still the intent and a war might still happen. And we're going to still be late realizing what everything happened, and we're going to still reflect on it like, oh yes, we've been noticing that for like years and years.
Thank you. So great question, but I saw so many hands. Maybe I will give you chances to ask questions, and I leave it to the panelists to choose any question you want to answer. Not panelist.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I am Daisuke Nakano from the Embassy of Japan here in the Netherlands. And thank you very much for the organizers for this wonderful occasion, and as well as the speakers, panelists, for this wonderful discussion, including mention of my country, Japan. I have brief two questions, if it is possible. One is very concrete. In this context, when something happens in Taiwan, to what extent can we expect something from European countries, including the Netherlands? It's very far, but the Netherlands is very known as a trade country, etc. This is one thing. The second thing is, aparting a little bit from this context, something broader, and yes, Netherlands, South Korea, Japan, we are democratic countries sticking to the world order, and now China, Russia, and maybe this time the US including, are the big countries which is not friendly to the world order. What can we, the democratic countries, but not as big as those three countries, can we do to prevent such things that we have been discussing? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Sanjay Sharma, and I'm teaching business in Asia here in Den Haag. My question is very simple. We're talking about bilateral relationship, ROK-NL, but the whole discussion we saw that we were actually talking multilateralism. Now, when I teach here, I take a lot of cues from Dutch system. So we are here in the dike philosophy. We have sort of 1/3 of the land underwater, and we are protecting by dikes. Nobody knows what would happen to the sea, but when it happens, we have to sacrifice something, and we have a plan for that. Now, in international relations, when the dike is broken, which is a trust factor, do we need to fortify this dike, and what that dike would be? So yes, of course, we are talking about US and China in the same way, but I see it very differently, because a country that we are talking about, they are a combination of 3 M's: men, market, and military. Something is missing. So we earlier has an issue of soft power, small powers. So far, we have not been actually collaborating in that comprehensive way as we are conducting FTAs. So I'm thinking, my question starts from here. You have EU here, or Netherlands, and on that part of the world is we have China, and, Korea and Japan. What about RCEP, which is one of the major factors, which is connected both in East Asia, Southeast Asia, and China? In this context, one more thing, I have to think of Nahuna. He has a very famous song. Sarang handan mar halka, I handan mar halka, ania ania, nan muthe, nan yojai nika. For those of you don't understand Korean, here in this song, the lady is saying that I'm not able to express myself because I'm a woman. So it's a kind of like self-restraint on part in international relations. Some of the countries have not been actually overt enough to assert their power or authority, which the time has come, because we need to fortify the dike. So in this context, I'm thinking, what do you think about having a ridge from EU, Netherlands, reaching to RCEP region, Southeast Asia, maybe India, but I think because when you talk about Indian Ocean, you can't avoid India. So man-made military and market, and then reaching to South Korea.
Thanks for the question, and Minister Park is a great vocalist, and he will answer your question. So next question. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Martijn Miedema. I'm with Thermo Fisher Scientific, which is an American company, but I'm fully Dutch, so I'm asking the question on behalf of the Dutch. The angle that I have been missing, and with all due reference to your age and wisdom, is what the people and the hearts and the minds of the voters, the citizens of all these countries are thinking, and what your view is how to take them along. Because a lot of the current mess, forgive me the phrase, is caused by a lot of people who feel losers of the globalization trend that has been going on. If you lose the people, you're going to lose this battle, right? And I don't want to end up in the march of folly, right? There's been written a lot of books about that. It's got its own logic. So how can we break that, starting with the people?
Okay, thank you. And I think that is just the list. 30 seconds for Dr. John.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I think some of the panelists already mentioned some of the important things. And then we are here in a country of Netherlands, which has been sort of the world leaders in promoting multilateralism. And then question is, what is the space for the multilateralists to kick in addition to the commercial P theory, because the commercial P theory has become an issue of the economic security, so it's not as same as before. And then Minister Park talks about some of the possible de-risking areas such as the environment, climate change, and even health protection as well. I can give you one example. I've been involved in the environmental protection in Northeast Asia with the government of China. And then recently, even government of China has shown their willingness to make an MOU with the Republic of Korean government to work on protecting the marine environment in the Yellow Sea. So it has been a very rare case actually before. Then how can we read this kind of government actions? They are very proactive on this. And in the broader context of the possible conflicts that we are talking a lot about, isn't there any room for the multilaterals to kick in?
Thank you. So there's the last question. We have, I think, 7 or 8 questions. China's behavior in South China Seas. What will be the European role in case of Taiwan emergency? And what about democratic peace theory? And also how we can bridge the gap, trust deficit. And also how we deal with the people, how to engage people, particularly when they feel they are the losers of globalization. So each panelist can choose any, and I think you should choose a European role. So I will give, I think our time is up, so maybe 1 minute for each panelist to answer. Can be longer? One minute, 1.5? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, you will go first.
Let me respond very briefly to the question from the student. I think that we should emphasize to China that the law-abiding diplomacy and not the assertive diplomacy is very important for China to be respected by other countries in the region. I always make emphasis to my Chinese counterpart. China should respect the national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and cultural identity of Korea. Through that, we can have a good relationship with China. Otherwise, we'll have a difficulty with China. And I think that China needs to understand that very much. And it's not just bilateral relationship, but in the Indo-Pacific as a whole. Korean Indo-Pacific strategy is premised on the principle of inclusiveness. We don't want to exclude any specific country. And we want to have it on a reciprocal basis. So I think in order for China to be respected by other countries, they should abide by the international law. Now with Japan, obviously, we think Korea-Japan relationship is very important. We should move towards the future-oriented partnership. Yes, we have the past history, it doesn't go away, but I think that we need to make our step forward for peace, freedom, and security and prosperity in the region. Now, your suggestion with Korea, Japan, Netherlands, trilateral cooperation, I think it's a good idea. I think we should have as many good minilateral cooperative framework as much as possible. And that's because the Netherlands can facilitate IP4 dialogue in the NATO context. Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. And I think the Netherlands is a great friend of all these 4 countries. Therefore, I think that's the area where Netherlands can contribute to our minilateral partnership. And it is a great expectation that Netherlands is going to host the NATO summit this year, especially under the Secretary General leadership of Mark Rutte, who was Prime Minister of this country. And I met him several times here in Hague and also in Korea. So the new government in Korea after the presidential election, whoever is the leader of the country should make best efforts to participate in the NATO summit here, although it's the initial stage of the new government, I think is very important. Back to you, the gentleman. I know that the Dutch dike is very strong. I learned in school that there's a young boy, Hans Brinker, who put his finger but all the arm throughout the night to defend the village and the country. I think that's the spirit of the Netherlands. If you have any problem, there are excellent Korean construction companies to keep the Dutch dike very strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ellison.
Yeah, quickly working through just a few of them on the information challenge in the South China Sea and even an East China Sea scenario as well. I think one of the things that the run-up to the Russian invasion of Ukraine taught us is that what intelligence is for, and it's not for all of us to sit around with security clearances and think how cool it is that we have intelligence on this, but actually share it and actually use it and actually point out things. The fact that you were getting highly placed human source intelligence in the public eye saying this invasion was coming within a week is next level new from a lot of intelligence circles. So I think actually engaging in honest to God intelligence sharing and not just having an agreement is a big part of it. Turning to two, maybe another quick few. One on Europe and the military commitment in the Pacific in the event of a Taiwan scenario. I don't think there's much that Europe can do and necessarily should do in these circumstances. What it can do most meaningfully is engage in economic isolation of China as much as it can, and hold its own resources in reserve as much as it can as well, rather than send some sort of EU fleet across the world to go fight the PLAN in the Taiwan Straits. I don't think that would go particularly well anyway. To the question of multilateralism, I think one of the things that is at least helpful speaking here in Europe, that especially as we talk things like trade and economic tensions, we're multilateral by default because of the EU trade competency. So, just one example, Giorgia Meloni's trip to Washington and some concerns. Oh no, is this the US trying to split the Europeans on trade policy and try to get some deal on tariffs or something? Well, of course, the commentary comes back and says that's not even something that is, procedurally possible. It must be discussed at the EU level, and agreements must be reached there. And then a final point, just because my background before all of this was political philosophy and political science on the issue of representation and thinking about the public in all of this. I think some of it is coming out of a generation of thinking about, we're going to do what we're going to do anyway, and we're going to then try to convince the public that that was the right thing to do. I think flipping the script of that is something that is slowly starting to be realized as an important thing to do, especially in conversations around foreign and defense policy, that it's not about we're going to commit hard line on this tack or another, but actually engaging in public discussion. And some of that is through the election cycle. I can see that actually having serious, again, honest to God, foreign policy and defense discussions within election cycles, rather than reserving it in sort of a technocratic space where we talk about it in our ministry side or our research side, but actually opening it up and saying there are actual differences of opinion we're actually going to take into account, and we might actually have some sort of compromise agreement on things, and thinking about it in those terms rather than we're going to do X, let's convince them to go along, because that simply just won't work.
Talking to each other. Dr. de Matthias.
So thank you very much. I think this is regarding the contingency in Taiwan, what Europe could do. I think there are so many layers, 1 minute is impossible, but I just would flesh out which are the contingencies that we should take into account. First of all, what would be the crisis that we could see in Taiwan? Is it an actual invasion? Is it more hybrid threats? Is it a blockade? So there are many different layers of how this could play out. So there are many ways in which allies or specific countries can try to reduce the impact of this. So ex ante, we have to see ex post. So ex ante, what could be done, what we do with partners is building resilience. So if it's cyber attacks, if it's a blockade, for instance, many allies individually, not with NATO flag, they've been doing freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea. They went through the Taiwan Strait. So this was not the NATO operation, it's allied, so it's European allies, they've done this. So what you can do is raising the cost. So saying, look, we are not stepping back in front of any assault to freedom of navigation, for instance. So if China then does what it wants to do, or what it may want to do, then there will be a cost. So raising the cost, fleshing out which will be the cost is a way that could possibly, before an eventual operation by China, deter China. Then, of course, you have capabilities that you can invest on so to enhance against the deterrence. Of course, NATO is not an operator, a peace operator, or a security operator in the Pacific. So NATO, as such, would not intervene in the region. And I have no way to see that if there would be consensus to do something out of theater operation. Honestly, I don't see that happening. But clearly, allies by themselves, individually, or in other format, they could certainly do something. Then just one word about the European Union. Clearly, there are also costs which can be imposed on China. And these are economic costs, these are sanctions. And again, the importance of this is making clear that there will be cost if there is this kind of operation, this kind of ambition by China. And then this is a way to then deter a possible action.
So it is very likely individual national action.
And not as NATO.
Yeah, not as a NATO. Any other comment on other questions?
Well, there was a question about China, for instance, the militarization. Clearly, there is. I mean, we have been noticing that there is clearly a strong build-up, military build-up by China in the region. So we are aware. And this is creating concern. We call for China. We call on China to be more transparent on the objective of such a military build-up. And clearly, as ally, we are sharing intelligence that ensure that we are aware of what is the situation there. So we're not being surprised. We know what's going on. We engage bilaterally and through our allies with China to ensure that there is more transparency. We call on China, as the minister said, to act as a responsible actor in the international system. But of course, ultimately, this will be on China's leadership to do so or not.
Thank you. And I think maybe we are 10 minutes over, but we have covered a lot of grounds, horizontally, but also vertically. And my challenging part is to sum up. And I think broadly, we can go away with the 3 takeaways. The first takeaway is, I think all of us agree that we are in hyper turbulence, great trouble. The second takeaway is there is I think maybe unprecedentedly, volatility and uncertainty is rising simultaneously. So that means we never know what scenario will actually happen in 3 to 5 years or even 10 years, including over Taiwan. And then I think we should go back to the basic, as Weirov said. We have to try our best for the best possible scenario while preparing for the worst possible scenario. No other way around. But if we don't take risks and threats seriously, we will not get us prepared. And I think that a lot of skepticism is around in the room about commercial or economic peace. But that said, also we cannot give up our efforts to engage. Because still, we have to work for diplomacy to prevail, although in the end, maybe actual scenario doesn't unfold as we wish. And the last point, and I think also we all agree that US allies and also democracies should work together because we share same values, we share same concern and interest. So for that, Korea, Netherlands, Japan, I think should work much closer to prevent the worst possible case scenario while trying our best to achieve the best possible scenario. And I think for that, please give big applause to our panelists for their, and also I'd like to give big applause to the audience because I'm very much impressed by your questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome to this afternoon session. Are we all seated and ready? Caffeinated, ready for panel number 2, in which we will be discussing matter related to, of course, cooperation between South Korea and the Netherlands when it comes especially to AI and emerging technologies in the field, not only on artificial intelligence, but also on everything that affects the current status of global affairs. Moderating the panel, today we have Sofia Romansky, our very own strategic analyst here at HCSS, but also GCREAIM project coordinator. GCREAIM stands for the Global Commission on the Responsible Use of the AI in the Military Domain, by the way. Together with Sofia, we have Ambassador Kim switching his hat from moderator to speaker today, so no further introduction needed. To his right, we have Professor Eric Posma from Tilburg University, who is a specialist on cognitive sciences and AI, as well as Ms. Eline Botker from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, where she is Senior Policy Officer. And last but certainly not least, we have Professor Soo-Young Chung from the Division of International Studies of the Korea University, and also the president of Seoul International Law Academy. So I am pretty sure I am leaving you in good hands for this second panel. Sophia, please lead the way.
Thank you very much, Benedetta, and welcome back, everyone, to the second panel of our session today. I know that after lunch, many people experience a dip, but I promise you that the topic that we will be covering today will leave you excited, because artificial intelligence and emerging technologies are nearly inescapable in any conversations that we are having now. So after the excellent contextualization of the previous panel of the broader geopolitical situation that we are facing, I would like to take this panel for a deep dive on a more specific aspect of cooperation between the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands, as undoubtedly one of the key areas of cooperation is on advanced technologies. And I would like to immediately preface and say that I'm talking about cooperation not only in terms of the exchange of knowledge between two key nodes in global supply chains, as was also mentioned repeatedly in the previous panel, but also in instances where the two countries together have stepped forward as leaders of proactive governance. So building towards frameworks and contributing to a sound global order, most notably through the initiation of the Responsible Artificial Intelligence in the Military Domain Summit Series, which will also be part of the focus for today's panel. So as already excellently introduced by Benedetta, my name is Sofia Romansky. As a strategic analyst and project coordinator of the Global Commission, I am both humbled and honored to be moderating this panel today with an absolutely stellar lineup of speakers that can cover everything from the highest level governance perspective to the technical aspects of the conversations for today. So to get us started, I would like to invite all of the panelists to give some brief opening remarks, and I'll give you a question to guide your thoughts and your contributions. Based on your personal experience and in your career, what have been the main impacts of the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands, or partnerships between the two states, on international conversations around artificial intelligence or emerging technologies more broadly? And I would like to start with our two-hat participant today, a very rare opportunity to be both a moderator and a panelist. So now you get to share your thoughts instead of just conveying thoughts. Ambassador, please.
Thank you. I need to switch from security to technology. But as Minister Park Jin said at the earlier session, Korea and the Netherlands are technological alliance, and technology, whether we like it or not, already becomes integral part of geopolitics and geoeconomics. But before I move to my substantive points, I wear your tie. I got this when I was at the UN, when the Netherlands served as the EU coordinator. So, but I forgot to tell about it at the first session because of the burden I had as the moderator. Technology becomes integral part of geopolitics and geoeconomics because technology is at the forefront of strategic competition. So it is, I think, already intensifying, and particularly state-of-the-art technology. It will be a key area, US-China hegemonic competition will be fought. And there, I think Korea and the Netherlands share same concern and interest as a country with technological capacity, but also same values we share. Because the normative standards, global normative standards, are very slow to develop because of two divides we have. The first divide we have is technology divide. Between the global south and the north, those who have technology, they prefer technological development without many checks. Those who don't have technology want regulation coming first. And second divide we have is value divide. between the global East and the West. Because in the players like us in the global West prefer to have any global standards based on, first of all, freedom of expression, protection of privacy, while the other side always puts state control at the top of their concern. So least common denominator of norms is very difficult to engineer. And also, global leadership is retreating. So we don't have global drivers. So unless we fill this gap, I'm afraid the gap between technological development and normative development gets exponentially wider. And then maybe we'll not be able to prevent the worst case scenario, meaning now already AI plays a role in tactical warfighting decision-making, as we have discussed with Mr. Michael on our last night dinner. If AI is used for strategic warfighting decision-making, meaning nuclear command and control, and then inadvertent nuclear confrontation can happen by misinformation, by misjudgment, or by miscommunication with AI. So we have to ensure these worst risks should be prevented while preserving a safe and responsible use of technologies. And there, Korea and the Netherlands share the same concern. That's why we jointly composed a global commission, and we worked very closely. And I think that cooperation must continue toward the future, because least common denominator must be set. And I think coalition of the willing and able must come from medium powers sharing same values, first of all, and then have maybe similar level of technological capacity working together. And then we have to pull as many partners as possible towards our plank. And then I think we can gently push those who are not willing to join, and also who are not willing to exercise their leadership role to our efforts. But it will take time, and it will not be an easy task. And that's why I hope Netherlands and Korea should continue our joint efforts for REIM summits, but also we have to work also for AI Safety Summit as well, in collaboration with the UK. I will stop there.
Thank you very much also for so succinctly highlighting some of the main issues that AI creates with the capability and the value gaps. Because AI, and I'm sure this will come up so many times in this panel, AI is a category of technologies that touches all aspects of society and all aspects of the military. And so just starting and trying to find a place to start with regulation is already a challenge to then address these gaps that only risk widening. And so transitioning, I turn to my left now to Elina, who is perhaps contributing, or of course doing the best as part of the Dutch MFA to address some of these gaps that are forming as part of the REAIM program. And so Elina, if you could add your perspective to some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Sophia. And first of all, delighted to be here. It's very enriching to engage with our Korean counterparts. I have to say, for the last 3 years, we've been working very closely with the Korean MFA, and it has been MOVA, I have to say. It's a really joy. The question you posed earlier was that what are the main impacts of our partnership on the international discourse around AI, emerging tech? governance. I would like to zoom in on AI in the military domain, because that's where we have worked very closely. As was mentioned before, the Netherlands hosted the first RE-AIM Summit, Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit, in February 2023. And luckily, Korea decided to co-host, but also to organize the second summit. And from that starting position, we have developed a very practical and intense and cooperative cooperation between our two countries that has led to quite some substantial and concrete outcome documents and ways forward, which I would like to highlight. The first process is the RE-AIM process. I guess like the things we contributed as our two countries is that we developed language. We developed a common narrative on how to look at the challenges that are posed by AI in the military domain, and all the challenges on the one hand, but also the opportunities that countries would like to take advantage of. During the first RE-AIM Summit, we published the call to action, which was supported by almost 60 countries. And last year in Korea, the blueprint for action, the follow-up outcome document, was launched with more than 60 countries. So you can see that like the group of countries that are supporting the efforts, these multilateral efforts, are growing. And it's important because this is like, we started in the Netherlands with myth busting to make sure that we create a common understanding, like what are we actually talking about, what are the risks, and what is more like fear, but not like isn't what we should be talking about. And last year in Korea, we made the first step to go to guiding principles, like what are elements that are very important to us. For example, the focus on a human-centric approach, or being more elaborate on the importance of international law, in particular international humanitarian law, but also international human rights law. So these are developments that like really shape the discussion internationally, and that are supported by other countries. You could see a lot of other initiatives developing out of the RE-AIM process. Of course, the Global Commission, what we are, as countries, are very proud of. But in addition, we have the RAISE initiative by UNIDER. We have the French and also a US declaration on this topic. So you can see that RE-AIM really functions as a platform, as an incubator for new ideas. And that it's developing gradually some sort of norm developments in this, and it was already mentioned, quite a complex geopolitical context. So it's not easy, it's going step by step, it's really gradually, but we are moving forward, and that's is one of the areas where we're still moving forward, because in a lot of areas, especially in the disarmament and arms control world, we see that it's quite difficult to get out of the current positions. In addition, I would like to mention something our two countries have done as well, is that we tabled a UN resolution last year in October at the first committee, which received over 64 votes in favor. In the end, only 2 votes against it. So it was quite it's not by consensus, but I guess in this world order that might be too much to ask, but at least it shows that there is a large willingness also within the UN to engage on this topic and to move forward and to actually contribute to actual ideas on like what do we think is responsible, and maybe not necessarily to come up to work all the way towards regulation, because that could be one way forward, but for the moment also as a form of norm shaping, as a platform to exchange ideas between countries, to make sure that at least we are able to avoid the nightmare scenarios, or the situations that we really don't want to have. And so the debate is ongoing, we're moving forward. Every time countries are getting into the discussion, so we especially getting countries from the Global South on board has been one of our priorities. Like we are now planning the second round of regional consultations. 5 regional consultations around the world to engage also with parts in the world that are less likely to already develop policies on this topic or positions. So it's something we have been, as countries, been really active on. We have, and I think we could be, we can see the results of this actually shaping the debate, and that's something, at least in the diplomatic area, sometimes it's good to actually see some results.
Fantastic. And because you're also so actively involved, you're a direct speaker kind of that can reflect on the process and how it's been from the very beginning. And I think this also really echoes what was said in the first panel, where we are seeing this and we are feeling the effects of a vacuum in leadership. And even though perhaps there is not necessarily the amount of resources necessary, or perhaps there's an issue of will for filling that role for the entire globe, I believe that the REAIM initiative shows that the vacuum can be filled by small and middle powers in specific issues, and that convening power is really a source of trust. That if these countries that play key roles in these global supply chains, but also global relations, are the ones launching this, then there's also a lot more willingness to contribute to this open dialogue. And I think, reflecting on the Global Commission, which I am a part of actively, there's also this recognition of the usefulness of international and interdisciplinary expertise on this subject, because once more, not only is AI an issue that touches all aspects of society, but also it creates an overlap between many, many different disciplines. And so with that, I would like to turn to Dr. Chung and perhaps ask for your perspective on the issue of international law as a foundation and an inevitable and necessary part of any kind of conversation about artificial intelligence and its role for states.
Thank you, Sophia. So let me just reintroduce briefly about the organization that I'm representing in this room. I'm here not only as the capacity of being a professor at Korea University in Seoul, also I'm here as the president of the Seoul International Law Academy, which is the local partner organization of the Global Commission REAIM process. And the chairman of our organization is currently a co-chair of the GC REAIM. So I'm very happy to be here. And then also particularly being in The Hague, that reminds me of the student life 31 years ago when I visited Peace Palace to explore about the roots of the international law. And then I become the faculty member covering not only international law itself, but also international relations as well. So initially I was thinking, oh, what should I say? Because previous speakers and even moderator already mentioned everything that I prepared for. So I have to come up with a sort of new ideas, new contributions that I can make. So thinking about, actually, I was the last person who raised a question from the floor, even if the chair didn't allow the panelists to raise the question. And then I raised a question about the role of the multilateralism in this very chaotic situation in the world. Imposed by possibly big powers. So, however, as looking at the issues of the AI technology, I'm sure that the technology doesn't know the existence of the territory. So even if we have been impacted by the strong, emerging the issues of the geopolitics, however, in the end, I have some personal belief that in the end, then multilateral institutions will dominate every issues. Only question is that in the context of the first session in the morning, that we got to make sure that nothing serious happened to threat our, life and then our peace, right? In the sense that the AI issue has been identified as very, very important and promising issues through which we can develop the multilateralism in many ways. So we know that the Netherlands and the Republic of Korea, we are very important middle powers. I would say we are a little bit more than the middle powers, I think. And then I'm not sure whether or not all of you may know this factor that both countries maintain the largest number of the political scientists in each country in the world, right? And then we all say whenever anything can come up, and then two countries tend to say that international law, international institutions really work, right? And then even looking at some other related areas such as climate change, which is also important, if we go to Seoul, there is an international organization focusing on climate change called the Global Green Growth Institute. They used to have 4 now the director generals, head of the secretariat. 2 out of 4 actually came from the Netherlands. So 2 countries have built a pretty strong leadership in general. And here the question is, okay, to talking about the AI and in the context of multilateralism, what should be the core values that we can build up for the prosperity, peace of the world? So in the sense that, we all know that multilateral works much better than the bilateralism, in a sense of the building the trust, as you said, also sharing the values, and then identify the common denominators that through which everybody actually can comfortably come into this world. So in the sense that, 2 countries has already a very good ability to build up that. And also technologically, I think that the Netherlands and South Korea are very well fitted into the discussions on the AI. And then here, the question is, what is the then uniqueness of the REAIM and the GC REAIM process compared with other similar processes to talk about the AI? I would say there are in the military domain, there are 3 maybe, including the GC REAIM and REAIM process can be mentioned. One is led by the United States, the political declaration, and the second one is through the United Nations. Here, REAIM process is very unique because initially it was initiated by the 2 important middle powers in the West, and then second, the role of the Global Commission of the REAIM, which is very, very unique. As Sophia briefly introduced, it has very world-renowned scholars and experts coming from the different world, representing not only the different interests of the politics, but also sharing the different expertise on the issues. We do have someone from the military, government, and also law, and then engineering, and then some other political science fields. So GC REAIM formed a very unique, ground to be able to provide, guidelines of the policy based on expertise to the intergovernmental process. In the sense that, as I see the, blueprint for the action, there is the final outcome coming from the, second REAIM summit in Seoul last year. It was not only a product of the government itself. Actually, it was a reflection of the thoughtful thoughts already processed by the experts that have been commissioned by the 2 governments of the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands. So in that sense, it's very unique. If you want to go into the multilateralism world, then that based on technologies, without securing the expertise in technology and other related fields, actually you cannot come up with a tangible outcomes in terms of policy implications to pursue. In that sense, the GC REAIM has been very, very unique. More importantly, compared with other similar processes that we have, what is the another uniqueness is that GC REAIM, says that we don't want to be unnecessarily universal itself. We are focused on very important issues because we know that AI technology doesn't know the existence of the territory, which means that we also need to promote the AI technology to a large extent. But here the question is, in the military domain, there are certain areas where we must be able to regulate because of our physical safetyness, and then also maintaining the peace, in the sense that the GC REAIM has identified what are the middle grounds, not only in terms of the norms and rules, but in terms of the technological definitions. I know that the GCREAM is working really hard to come up with a so-called, we call taxonomy. In other words, the definitions on the terms that everybody has a different versions, but it's really necessary for us to have a common ground on the definitions so that there can be the starting point to go to actually discuss about the policy dialogues. So that's one of the examples. And the GCREAM can also take care of the issues of the implications of peace and security to the security world. So these are the areas that the policymakers may consider to discuss on. And also, what about the future governance institutions, the role of the international law, especially Sophia has asked me to answer on. And then we have experts from the different parts of the world, and then we don't necessarily copying already existing international law itself, but we have an ability actually to further develop that based on the existing norms and rules, actually to capture the unique characteristics of the AI technologies, especially in the military domain. So GCREAM has just such a big potential enough to move forward to provide a very good foundations, as I said, for the policymakers to agree on. In that sense, GCREAM has additional, very unique features as well, because some of the concerns can come from the especially industry and the private sector, saying that if you do regulate it too much, we cannot actually promote the AI technologies. In that sense, GCREAM has very unique components we call red line. So meaning that coming from the private sector's inputs. So having said that, Republic of Korea and the Netherlands has exercised pretty good leadership role together, and we do hope that it should not remain only between two countries. I know that two countries are willing to work together with other partner countries as well. So I stop here for now today. Here.
Thank you, Dr. Chung, for your very enthusiastic and also comprehensive overview of the Global Commission initiative. It's also very inspiring to me to hear someone also really believe in the initiative, because then the work can continue. But it's also that having this understanding of how these different initiatives that you mentioned fit together and each play a specific role in contributing to filling this vacuum in policy, and especially because of the gaps that are emerging. But last, and certainly not least, I would like to turn to Eric, because something that I have found through my own experience and also in conversations frequently around the Global Commission and beyond is that at the end of the day, some of the most important expertise still comes from the technical aspects, because artificial intelligence is a category of technologies that is constantly evolving. It has changed dramatically over the decades since the concept first emerged, and the definition of what exactly artificial intelligence is also shifting as soon as new capabilities exist, and that has direct implications for policymakers, for the types of regulations that we can actually achieve, and the approaches that we take to governance and disarmament questions. So to ground our debate today and make sure that we are talking about the right things, can you share some of your perspectives?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me. This is a very interesting session. The first session was already very interesting. I'm not a policymaker involved in policy or geopolitics or anything. I'm a researcher. I'm a scientist. I work in AI for over 30 years. And it's very nice to hear all kinds of people talking about AI, but do not understand what it is. And I don't mean that in an arrogant way, but it's just because it is the name that is very misleading. And we were talking about elephants in the room. I think AI is the dog in the room. And we don't know if it barks or if it's friendly. So maybe it's good to define what AI is, because it shifted over time, as you suggested. And AI is actually a kind of misnomer, because what we now have in what we call AI is not intelligent, it is artificial, but it's something that is alien to humans, because it's different from what humans have. And the nice example that many of my colleagues also use is this division between fast and slow thinking. This is this airport book by Daniel Kahneman, the famous Nobel Prize winner. And the basic idea is that human intelligence, and it's a simplification, but it's very clear, that human intelligence can be defined in two systems. System one is fast thinking. We use it 95% of the time. It's if I get a question from the audience as a panel member, I want to respond quickly, so I rely on my fast thinking system to reply quickly. That's system one, 95% of the time. It's not always correct, so you know that my answers will not be correct all the time, but it's very fast and very effective if you have not enough time. 5% of the time we use system two, and system two is a kind of rule-based systems where we try to organize all the information we have and arrive at a just conclusion. If I would use that in this panel, then you had to return tomorrow for my answer, because I would study and take a lot of time. So politicians recognize this. If you have to quickly act, you have to make a decision, and later on you have to defend that in the political arena, and then you construct an explanation. Now, if you keep that in mind, that's what humans do. They construct an explanation of why they took this kind of intuitive decision. That's typical human. Now, if you look at AI, actually when AI started, it focused on system two. That failed completely. They tried to put all the logical knowledge that we have, all the structured knowledge in a computer, and make that into a superhuman reasoning machine. That failed. This was around 1980. Now we have system one. That's what, let's say, generative AI. And these systems are superhuman in the sense that they have much more information than any of us can encompass. So it's a compression of all the information that is around on the internet, maybe in the near future also from videos, already from images. So in that sense, it's superhuman. But it's not human. It's still a limited system. So it's complementary to humans in the sense that it knows much more than humans, but it doesn't understand the world like humans. And that means that it makes stupid mistakes. So this morning I read that the latest version of OpenAI systems is still hallucinating in 1/3 of the time. That might also be true for humans, I don't know, but at least it gives an indication of the limitation. Another example of a kind of limitation that is hard to understand, if you ask, and this is a study that was published last year, if you ask a large language model, these generative AI systems, who is the mother of Tom Cruise? You all know Tom Cruise, I guess, but I don't know his mother, but the system was able to give the answer. I don't remember what her name was. But if you ask the reverse question, who is the son of the mother of Tom Cruise, it couldn't answer, which is a bit strange, because in our case, if we know what the mother-son relation is, we also know that in both directions. So that's one of the many examples where these systems behave differently from humans. And that means, although we're using all kinds of terms that we assign to AI that remind us of human capabilities, it's highly misleading because these systems are different. And I think if we talk about policies and we talk about regulation, I think first you should understand what the limitations are, and you should understand where we can use them safely and where we cannot use them safely. And what I witness in the Netherlands, I'm not sure about Korea, is there's a kind of eagerness, even greediness to legislate and to have legislation in place without fully understanding that these products are not finished yet. The products are rolled out because you can earn money with it. That's why these tech companies do that. But they're not finished yet. They're still in full development. Every week I see new developments in terms of privacy, measures that you could take, technical measures, and sometimes social measures to avoid the downsides of these systems. But ultimately, you should never interpret AI as a kind of replacement of human capacities. The great challenge might not be the technological challenge only, but also how do we integrate this in society in a proper way. And I think if we talk about the relation with Korea and their great performance in semiconductor industry and the relation that we have there, I think I see a bright future where we can kind of complement the big tech from America and China that have in different ways are using and sometimes abusing these systems, that if we manage to get the best combination of the power of humans and the power of AI, that we get a brighter future and also have a competitive edge. And we should also realize that although I'm always emphasizing the limitations of AI, there are also limitations of humans. So the AI of humans is arrogant intelligence. We always think that we know it better. But there's a lot of psychological studies that show the limitations of humans. And if you're not convinced about that, read the papers. And you see a lot of policies that failed and good intentions that failed. And I think in the future, we might benefit from AI systems to guide our decisions in a better way. And especially in the military domain, thinking through strategies and running simulations using AI could be helpful to take into account this enormous volume of information that we cannot keep in our head. So I think that's a good basis for a future collaboration with Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I really encourage everyone in the audience to keep these points in mind as you're listening to the rest and thinking really about if we are to use artificial intelligence and technologies that are enabled by artificial intelligence, is this what we would want to use? Is this the right place for a particular technology? Because I think what we've sketched here in these opening remarks is that there are a lot of pressures that exist simultaneously. There is pressure of urgency. These technologies are already on the market. There is pressure from the private sector, but there is also a pressure of gaining potential competitive advantages. If artificial intelligence can give us access to vast amounts of information at the same time, then that can directly contribute to a certain edge as a military actor. And having that edge over adversaries makes artificial intelligence not only the subject of geopolitical competition, but also the means through which geopolitical competition is enacted, where we are already seeing AI being integrated into current battlefields, most famously with in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And so there's this rush forward, but also pressure to get it right in terms of regulation. How can we regulate something that is changing constantly, but do so proactively that we can still have enough space to maneuver, but not lose out on any potential benefits at the same time? So lots of questions. That is also why all of these initiatives exist. And so I would like to take one round in reverse order of the speakers, just one question directed specifically for you. And then I'm sure there are going to be many, many questions from the audience on all levels of this issue. So going right back to Eric. In terms of regulation, from your perspective as a technical expert, what aspects of regulation or policy should most urgently be established if we are still focused on getting there? What should be the priority? And specifically, what kind of principles should guide our perception of the integration of AI into society, but also if you can speak to the military domain, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, so I think for many domains this is different because it depends highly on the domain. For the military domain, you have this strategic thing. You also want to know what is the adverse reaction, so that's a more complicated thing. In many other domains, like health and education, actually for all these domains, it's crucial that you experiment. And why do you have to experiment? Because we don't know what works. We know about the technology, but we do not know how that works in practice. And that means that before you come up with all kinds of rules and directions, you first have to establish, is this really a problem? Is it something that we can solve in the near foreseeable time? Or is it something that we have to address now? And of course, we are facing now systems that are not sensitive to privacy, etc. Of course, we should address that. But I think for many of these domains, the first thing you should do is performing experiments involving people that really understand the domain and stress test the collaboration with these systems. And I think in the military domain, the most important thing there would be to use it as a machine that contains a lot of information and can combine all this information to put suggestions forward. And then the military analyst will test the system by seeing how it responds to certain things, because we still suffer from these hallucinations. So you should not blindly follow that. And that's a kind of alignment between the humans and the system. And we don't know how that works. And if you anticipate on that with all kinds of rules and regulations, you're missing the opportunity to find the kind of proper combination between both. And we don't know that yet. That's part of doing experiments. And I think we should kind of find a procedure to do that in the proper way.
And if I may, a follow-up question. When you talk about experimentation, what format does experimentation take? Do you imagine something like a sandbox where it's a closed and isolated environment, or is it other forms?
You start with a sandbox and you look, okay, what are the boundaries in terms of legislation? Can we change that a bit? Actually, we're doing that in the Netherlands. We have projects also with industry where we do this. So I think that's the proper starting point. And then, of course, you have to deploy it in practice and see how that works in practice. And this also relates to training. This is education across the board, but also for the defense personnel. They also have to be trained in using these systems. And I think it's a fact of life, they have to adapt to these changes because the developments are still moving forward and some of the problems might be mitigated. We don't know. It might be that this hallucination cannot be resolved. It's very likely. But that there will be new versions of systems. It's like what we now have with software updates. It's the similar thing there.
Yep, absolutely. And so from experimentation and innovation and the ability to innovate through experimentation, I turn to Dr. Chung. And so let's assume that we have done our job correctly in terms of experimentation. We know what AI can do, we know what it cannot do. And then we have a technical understanding of what the technology actually is. Looking at the initiatives that you mentioned from REAIM and the Global Commission, and as well as the political declaration, what are then the obstacles that you foresee in moving beyond just a technical understanding towards norm proliferation and establishing common norms, so soft principles, not necessarily hard law, that would guide the use of this kind of technology?
Well, to answer the question, then I need to pose a general question to all the audience and then the speakers in this room. You are asking me a question about building a governance, right? And then the notion of the governance presumes the existence of various actors, right? And then you need to answer my question. That's what I asking all my questions in my classroom. Do you think that technology can be an actor? Can technology can be an actor in building a governance? What do you think? I will give you 5 seconds. Well, many will say, probably not. But looking back to the 17th century when we started to build a new sovereign state system, and if I would have asked the same question, then probably then people may not have answered that, okay, only sovereign states, individuals or international. No, not at all. Now, it's obvious that we include intergovernmental organization as an actor, even the individuals and the multilateral companies. And do you know what? Even for the economists, they started to include the market as a possible actor. So here the question, if you think that the technology can be an actor, my answer to the Sophia's question will be very different because we can then focus on the technology itself as an actor. Because building a governance toward the technology, that can be the next step that we can build based on what you have suggested on the technological issues. If we think that, well, it might be too early for us to recognize technology as an independent actor, then we have to design the governance, using surrounding different actors. Here, because we are focusing on the REAIM process, for instance, it's an intergovernmental process. So here, if we want to design the governance, mainly focusing on the government, then the question is, okay, we know the future of the technological development, but actually we cannot focus on the building governance only on this. We have to build the governance through the intermediaries that I think in the intergovernmental process, mainly focusing on the actors that are the governments. Here the question is, that's why in building the governance of the AI technology, it's always important for us to raise the question and try to get an answer on who are responsible, who are liable, right? That's the intermediary link that we can actually push all these technological discussions toward the future, governance building process. And then that's the only thing. If we want to expand it more, that's why we need to include the non-state actors as much as we can. right? So looking at response of AI in the military domain, if we too much focus on governments only, we might miss some of the important links through other non-state actors. That's why once again, GC REAIM process is wonderful because it has a red line process of getting the inputs from the private sectors and other non-state actors, and working together with even UN systems by providing our inputs to the UN so that the intergovernmental process can rightly understand what should be done in the future.
Thank you very much. It was a little bit difficult to first understand where you were going with technology as an actor, but it is a manifestation of so many different actors coming together, and hence you need to consider it as an actor in a way, yes. So is that correct to understand? Yes, how you brought it together. So from the private sector to technology experts, all the way to then the actual format of intergovernmental deliberations.
Exactly.
Thank you for your perspective. So continuing with this hypothetical scenario that I'm setting up. So we have the technique on point. We understand what it is. We understand the actors involved, and we have the centrality of the concept of responsibility, accountability, liability within an international law framework. Elina, let's say we have all of these foundations. What would be then the ideal long-term outcome of a process like REAIM? What does the best possible outcome look like for you in the Netherlands, but also from what you've heard from your colleagues in the Republic of Korea?
That's a very tricky question.
Be creative.
This is the 1 million question that we are discussing internally quite often. What's the hat in front of us? In the end, what's most important to keep as many countries on board as possible. So that means that we can't push forward our own views, even if we think we're right and we have the best solution for this. So it's a bit of a diplomatic answer, but the best way forward is the way that we engage all the other countries. And I know it's a multi-stakeholder process, and it's important to have all stakeholders on board. But in the end, if you want to end up with some sort of regulation, norm building, it is something that's been decided within the UN, and that's among states. So that's, I guess, from my perspective, keeping countries on board, taking it step by step, continues to be very important. At the same time, this all is knowledge we have to us, it's clear to us that the kind of direction, but there's no common consensus currently in the world that indeed you need to wait to see how the technology is evolving before you can start regulating. And then we have many discussions on the degree of regulation at this point in time. And this is also very cultural and geographical differences. So some countries just proposed we shouldn't use AI in the military domain. I guess that's a ship that has sailed by now, but that's still the discussion we are facing within the international community. So my hope for how we move forward is that we have a third REAIM summit in September in Spain this year. We have the report of the Global Commission coming out. The Secretary General of the UN will present its overview report, hopefully in August. So that will be 3 milestones that will contribute to the discussion and hopefully will provide more clarity on what the majority of countries would like to head to, what are the possibilities, and especially all those 3 processes are heavily influenced by other stakeholders. So again, it's not an absolute point on the horizon, but if I have to give you a point on the horizon, I hope that we move towards some normal development on use responsible AI in the military domain as a moral compass of where we want to end up. I doubt whether we end up with new treaties given the current global context, but at some point having better ways to exchange, maybe on how to test and experiment, but also exchange good practices or exchange on how countries believe responsible application of AI in the military domain look like in practice. I guess these are ways forward. So it might give you a bit of idea, but it's still work in progress, very much.
And a very brief follow-up before I go to Dr. Chung, who had a two-finger. So is keeping channels open and creating a platform for dialogue a goal in itself as well?
Very much. We don't want to end up in a situation where we end up discussing definitions without actually trying to understand the possibilities, the challenges, the opportunities of this technology, and try to exchange. And as I said earlier, try to avoid nightmare scenarios, the scenarios we really don't want to have. Like there is, at least I see it, the international community there's consensus that we need to do something about possible threats that come along with this technology, but at the same time not prevent it from actually using it. So.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it, right? Well, Dr. Chung, you wanted to add.
Yeah, I would like to add quickly on the sort of the evolving techniques of making the law in the world. Looking at the Peace Palace here, then we used to think about making a concrete treaty is the thing that we have to work on. But based on the new features of AI technologies, the countries may not have enough time to build the practices. So here, my quick point is that there are different techniques to develop the law in the world at the international level. We can start with making soft law, right? Something that doesn't have to be legally binding, but still something in written form. And then you can sign on as a non-state actors even. And then based on that, maybe if we want to give the full power to develop a little more to the hands of the sovereign states, then they might develop some sort of very initially, generalized conventions, right? Which tend to only include very general principles that everybody can agree on. Then based on that, we can make further steps if there is any good positive responses to make a further progress by adding more technical standards later on that can be possibly accepted by not only by the sovereign governments, but also non-state actors, including the industries as well. So there are different techniques at this time. The treaty making is very important, but it might not be the only one that the sovereign governments may think about. I stop here.
Thank you for the additional contextualization. That leads very well into my final question that I would like to pose to Ambassador Kim, also based on your past experience as High Representative for Disarmament. From your long-term experience in this field and kind of seeing the development of UN institutions and how they've impacted conversations not only about artificial intelligence, but also other emerging technologies, what has been the impact of the ROK and the Netherlands taking lead on tabling this resolution and gaining so much support? And can you kind of bring the picture together at the highest level where all the states are represented and we have this striving for consensus? What is the role of the UN and what is the role of then the ROK and the Netherlands?
So before answering your question, I want to take one step back.
Yes.
I fully agree with the panelists that there's a need, there's an urgency to design international governance for a safe and responsible use of technology, particularly including in particular artificial intelligence. That said, it's good as a slogan. And the work being done by RIAIM Summit Process and GC is admirable effort, but unenvious job. Because, it is a two-part enigma to have international governance. We need a consensus on what to regulate. Okay, international law should apply. Then what law should apply? And second part is then how to do it, how to regulate. Because as Eric just said, a lot of people talk about, the idea to create international agency modeled after IAEA. Okay, so then IAIA, International AI Agency. It's very easy to say, but if we compare with nuclear energy, AI, again, set aside whether it is the right definition or the right word we use, but very hard to regulate because technology is so diffuse and so decentralized. Nuclear energy access barrier is very high.
Mm-hmm.
So then how we can regulate, even if we agree to create an institution. Soft law, maybe small institution is a good idea, but then we should agree on the mandate, what to do and how to do it. And that job, I think, it is intellectually intriguing. And I think we have to involve not only policy experts like us. I mean, UN Circle is full of policy experts, good at talking, good at politicizing everything. But we need experts from technology side, but also about the domain.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have to enlarge the policy debate network. And I think Korea and the Netherlands can do best if we work together. First of all, thinking. We can think for others about those two crucial questions, what to regulate. And I think we should start from the areas of very high risks
Mm-hmm.
and least political difference to avoid that. So then we can create small institution, working on it, clearly mandated, and then we can build on it. If we succeed in that exercise, starting soft, small, agile, and then show the results, and then maybe it can convince other stakeholders to join, and also to expand, to build on the successes. So I think we have to be ambitious, but also we have to be realistic on how to do these two-part enigma, how we can solve it. I don't have the answer. And I sympathize very much with HCSS and Sheila to work as brains for this seemingly, I think maybe most difficult challenge, normative challenge we are facing. Because how can we regulate something invisible, so diffuse, so widely used? But there's a very serious risk because if this diffuse technology is combined with the biotech, and if it is combined with the cyber hacking and also dark web, and then any terrorist can get hold of biochemical weapons, for example. And we have to do all our best to prevent that kind of scenario. And then I think we can persuade reluctant players with value divide and technology divide to join hands, because also it will be in their interest as well to prevent that risk. I don't have the answer, but from my experience at the UN, I think we have to work for a slogan, safe and responsible use of technology. It's a very good slogan. On cybersecurity, we started from responsible state behavior to protect critical infrastructure. So we identify a slogan around which all member states can agree, and then find an area we can make impact. And we have to be focused, select and concentrate, and then show the result and move incrementally, but starting from highest risks and least political difference, and then keep moving on. Thank you.
Thank you. Very eloquently put, and also resonates very closely to the conversations that we've had within the Global Commission. There is a sentiment that when a lot of these initiatives are launched, especially for something that is so comprehensive, AI in the military domain, you need to necessarily start with a scoping exercise. What is the military domain? What is unique to the military domain? But also knowing that the mandate is not to get it perfect. It is not the task to get it right immediately. It can be an iterative process, and it will almost inevitably be an iterative process because of the nature of the technology. But that is acceptable because, as you also said, these dialogues in and of themselves already serve a purpose of bringing expertise together and continuing these conversations and helping minimize value differences and capability differences as all actors continue to come together. Yes, Celine?
Don't forget the important element of trust building.
Yes, and confidence building measures.
Confidence building, understanding what the others are doing, understanding others' ideas and how they use technology. And I guess that takes time.
Precisely. And then the outcome is not necessarily the governance in and of itself, but the process of creating the governance. So with these excellent remarks and answers to questions, I would like to open the floor to the audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and there's a microphone that will be traveling around. I'll take 2 or 3 questions to start, and then I'll open the floor once more.
Yes, hello. My name is Monica den Boer. I'm a professor of military policing operations at the Netherlands Defense Academy, as well as professor of policing studies at Leiden University, campus The Hague. Thank you very much for this panel. I was wondering, and I was also triggered by the latest comments on terrorists, etc. I mean, The Hague is, of course, the city of peace, security, and justice. We have wonderful agencies like Europol and Eurojust who issue lots of reports with warnings and challenges about artificial intelligence, both a challenge as well as a future possibility for law enforcement as well as military to enhance their capabilities, but also a threat. And because, of course, we know that artificial intelligence and deepfake technology, for instance, can be used by criminals and terrorists basically as non-state armed actors employed or steered or directed by adversaries, aggressive state actors. Now I was wondering, what is the opinion of the panel about this particular threat when we look at those reports that are issued by Europol and so on? What should we learn from it, and how can we as knowledge institutions, and I know there are also representatives from, for instance, Utrecht University, what can we do in terms of knowledge infrastructure together with your country also in terms of exchanging best practices, learning lessons from one another, perhaps exchanging students and so on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question over there?
Hi, I'm Charu. I'm an engineer. I understand AI. I find this a bit hypocritical that we are trying to make all these regulations across the globe. We want to come to a consensus with as many countries as possible. But also, there is no implementation of the existing regulations of peace and justice, or OpenAI is created on our personal data, and we are a country with continent with GDPR, and we are opening our doors to such unethical apps and using it every day. I use it every day. So even if you come up with regulations, what is the point? We have 2 active wars. We have this beautiful travel ban from the US. What's the point of this conversation, and what's the point of AI regulations? And when regulations are not being followed outside war, why would anyone follow them during the military time? So it's criticism, but also I hope I didn't come up as an angry person.
It's a very valuable and important perspective, and we have to remind ourselves what we are doing it for. So I think I'll open both questions to all panelists, and you can answer in whatever order you prefer. Thank you to both audience members. I will start with Eric. Yes?
Yeah, I can start with the first point. Maybe the last point is fully true and very alarming. But I think because I'm very much aware of the fears or the dangers of AI, especially creating misinformation, deep fakes, to a certain extent, our society has to adapt to these things because they will be a part for the future. So when I got my first email from this person in Saudi Arabia that asked me for $1,000 to get more money from him, it looked very convincing, but now we know that these are just fake emails. And we will get used to the fact that we cannot trust videos or etc. And there will be abuse, and criminals will and are using it. So that's an unavoidable aspect of new technology. And I think the best way to counter this is education. So, of course, there are technological advances, but this is a kind of tug of war where you see that the criminals develop something better and then we have something like that. But at the same time, as a society, we should become more resilient to these things, to be aware of the fact that this disinformation, which we get every day, is overwhelming our society. And I think that's something that we underestimated with the rising of the social media, how vulnerable our society is for these things. And the only countermeasure you can take that is really effective is education. So I have these discussions with teachers that say we don't want to use large language models, not of OpenAI, but the trusted ones, in our classroom because they hallucinate. And I said, no, you should use them because that's how you train your students to recognize disinformation from truthful information. And that's, I think, a kind of change in our attitude towards information, which is hard for all of us because we're not used to it. But I think that's the most effective means. And of course, on the side, you should develop all kinds of countermeasures and protective things for that. And as with regard to the second question, yeah, I think you make a valid point. And I raise this point a lot with my legal colleagues that I say, well, shouldn't we focus? Because personally, if you ask me, are you afraid of AI? I'm more afraid of humans. And don't forget that if AI is, of course, can be used in the wrong ways, but I see what humans are doing, and I'm much more fearful for that. So I have no answer, but I feel for the same thing.
Ambassador Kim?
I mean, second question first. I mean, I fully share your disappointment with the lack of proper compliance with the existing international law. That said, we have to improve on the compliance side, but we need the law to be there to set the legal and moral political standards so that every player has clear signal about what should be allowed and about what is not allowed. That's why international humanitarian law should be there to make players know about where are the legal red lines. I mean, but we have to do better on the compliance and sanctions on those violators. On AI and technology-related issues, we need new standards, normative standards, because this is new frontier of human life. And of course, I fully agree with you that it is humans who use or not use AI in responsible way or not. But also, I'm more worried about the case of loss of human control. If AI is led to make strategic nuclear warfighting decision-making without human control, we are going to hell. And that should be prepared. That should be prevented. And about the first question, and I think that could provide maybe a possible avenue for institution building, monitoring, sharing information about the risk, where it comes, and then how we assess, and then how we can share, and how we can build the capacities of countries to cope with those risks. So monitoring institution can be a model we can think of as the first step.
Thank you.
Very good idea.
Thank you. Elina?
First of all, I couldn't agree more with the first two speakers in the responses. So, again, the disappointment in compliance is very recognizable. I guess we can see that not only in the military domain, but many areas. And the question you can ask in return, like where do we stand for? What do we find important? And I guess it's also a signaling function to the kind of regulation or the kind of governance you stand for as a way. This is how we want the world to look like. And maybe not all countries or all actors join us, but if a large majority of countries do, it does give up a signal to other countries that what we stand for and what we find acceptable. And compliance is then, again, a difficult one, but it does work through all of kind of policy. So like maybe I'm a bit too optimistic, but I still think there's a value in having some sort of regulation. About non-state actors, it's a very interesting point you raise. I can see just from the discussion we see within the REAIM context, it's something that countries are a bit different. They found it a bit difficult to respond to it because they on the one hand they want to focus on militaries, other militaries, cooperation with other militaries, and then suddenly like this non-state threat comes up as well, and it's a very difficult question how to deal with it, especially because like AI, you basically send any algorithm by email. It's very difficult for governance to control, so like restricting it in that way is almost impossible. So governments need to come up with different kind of solutions on how to deal. Education is a very important one, but also detection, making sure. And then it comes up to another question, like when is it disinformation and when do you control the information discourse that we are, the freedom of speech we have within our societies. So no answer for me, but it is definitely something which comes up, but it's at least within the REAIM context, as I feel the urge from a lot of countries to at least isolate it for the moment, because it's a whole issue on itself almost.
And abusing perhaps my privileges as moderator, linking to something that Davis said in the previous panel, good faith intelligence sharing. So not just agreements for the sake of agreements, but also in the context of us facing artificially generated content, verifying then what information is real and sharing the information about the information at that level. So that's another dimension I think that can be added to the conversations in the previous panels and kind of the nature of alliances and relations and how AI impacts this. Absolutely. Dr. Chung.
Going to the second question first, I think to answer that question, then we need to know why we are discussing about the response of AI in the military domain. I think if we would ask the question in general, then maybe answers might be different. Because if we want to asking about imposing regulation not only for the military but for other purposes in general, I would say that it's going to be very, very difficult. Don't do it. As I said, technology doesn't know the existence of the territory, and then AI technology is a matter of efficiency, right? Everybody can have access to the AI, and how can you regulate it? It's going to be very difficult, especially at the international level. However, coming to the domain, military domain, it can be different. Because in the military domain, as I said, I talked about the different actors involved, and the main actors in the military domains are sovereign governments. Right? Here, actually, we talked about some part, international law. International law is the law which governs the issues mainly among the states and governments, right? And then in the military area, this is the area actually the ICJ-led public international law order has the longest history to build up very strong standards that basically every country might feel binded. Right? So in that sense, in the military domain, putting aside some of the general questions about compliance, but
I see more possibility of the compliance because countries, governments, sovereign governments tend to feel more obliged to respect at least the existing rules that should have a legally binding impact. That's why we have been talking about the humanitarian law, right? If we come into the context of the Global Commission, we aim that there are a number of the international law, scholars. They already said that we have to link the applications of international humanitarian law in this context. So I think that what the GC Council should make sure in general, along with other experts, is that, okay, all these existing legal obligations can be applied to deal with every issues in the military domain in the context of AI technology, right? Another layer that might have a significant implications, but the less viable, that's human rights, international human rights norm. Knowing that in terms of compliance, that the human rights regimes may have a little bit of the challenges, right? And then if we want to push a little bit more, then can you apply the international rule about international criminal court so that we can take charge against the individuals who might be, as I said, responsible for this unresponsible use of AI technologies. In the end, even we can think about, can you apply to domestic criminal legal systems, right? So here, anyway, talking about the military domain, this is the area, actually, it's very unique, where we can apply the existing international rules in the context of ensuring compliance, ensuring enforcement. I'm sure that any country which would not honor this existing rules that might be developed sooner or later in the military domain, if it do not honor that, then it would take a huge risk, political and possible legal risk, actually, to be possibly punished, right? This is the area where we can talk about. So this is the minimum area where we can bring very solid legal discussions. For others, there are more issues that we need to discuss about. So that's my reaction to your question. For that, I pretty much share that monitoring is important, raising the public awareness. I think these are the two things that we have to think about seriously.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. I think the point that you made about international law links directly to the first point that Eric made about trusting humans, where the issues that emerge around AI are not necessarily unique to AI. They are part of the fundamental questions that we have about international law as an international framework and the compliance with it, but it's just adding another layer of complexity. Eric, did you have another follow-up that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about this fear for nuclear war due to AI agents. This is the science fiction narrative. So many of these science fiction movies depict AI as an autonomous agent that takes autonomous actions. My example that I mentioned at the beginning was actually to show that that does not apply. Of course, you could create something like that, but that you would be crazy to do that. And it's not that we have these autonomous AI systems that can make decisions on their own. Of course, you could engineer them. There's now a whole development, and then China had another move forward in creating these AI agents, which couple these large language models to things that they can arrange a holiday for you or find a house for you. But of course, these kind of things we don't want to use in sensitive domains like the defense, for obvious reasons. And I think that would be in the interest of all countries, because otherwise there's a guarantee for an all-out war, and we don't want that. So I think, don't think about AI as autonomous. They're not autonomous agents. They're complementary to humans, and they're not these system tool things that can reason and act on their own. Maybe in the far future, but not around the corner.
So preserving meaningful human control.
Yes.
For AI is the catchphrase.
And for some domains, like my thermostat at home, I'm not involved as a human in the loop. It's doing its thing. That's fine. For these low-level tasks, it's fine. But in many sensitive domains, you need a human in the loop.
What concerns us is that already humans, policymakers, decision makers, already delegated the authority to drones to identify and shoot and kill. That's worrisome.
Me too.
So tactical military decision, warfighting decision-making authority has been already delegated without human control.
Yeah.
So the next level, strategic.
Exactly.
Warfighting
We should be very careful on that. Yeah, we fully agree. Yeah.
Yes, fully agree.
Yeah. Thank you both for the elaboration as well as how we should perceive this case. Looking at the time that we have, perhaps one last question from the audience to give an opportunity for our speakers to respond. Yes, there's one in the middle.
Hi. Again, my name is Hans. I work at HCSS as a researcher. I had a question that kind of links to a couple of things you guys touched on throughout the day, particularly Eric, something that I think is interesting. You've talked a little bit about how, as humans, we have that short-term reasoning and that long-term reasoning and how that kind of doesn't work with AI. But when we've talked a little bit about military application as well, but one thing I find quite interesting that we haven't really touched upon yet is how people are using AI to supplement their short-term reasoning. And if you apply that to more of a military context and moving on to a private one as well, I have a question for you for that, is you've talked about how it's not necessarily possible or isn't smart for us to do that for a nuclear doom and gloom type of scenario. But it is something where we use, in the short term rationale, we use AI to supplement us for information and intelligence that leads to a doom and gloom scenario that particularly frightens me. And you've touched a little bit upon my question on this is how do we go about teaching the current generation, the new generation, and people who are actually in decision-making processes right now to go about using AI in a responsible way to make sure that when they're applying this to their short-term rationale, they're realizing that, hey, it does hallucinate a third of the time. It does come up with things that maybe will lead to a decision that, we go, we maybe won't launch a nuclear war, but we will launch missiles, or we'll choose to invade a country, things like that, that presents a big problem in a military capacity. And then on the private side, of course, you said the current generation is going to learn and grow with the technology itself, but that does leave a gap of potentially 15 years before people are literate in how they're supposed to use that in a private setting as well. So I'm trying to find a way to justify that gap, that 15-year gap where we're still getting used to technology. I'm trying to figure out what that path looks like from both a private sense and more of a military sense as well, concerning the topic.
Now, first of all, I'm very bad at making predictions, so I cannot look into the future. But I know from experience, for many domains, it really helps to train yourself on all kinds of situations. Even in my branch of doing scientific research, we use these systems all the time, and they are enhancing our capability. And it's not short term, of course, because it's a very efficient assistant. But if he or it or she fails 1 in the 3 times, you don't trust it that much. But it generates ideas, and often ideas that we cannot generate. So in practice, you have to learn that yourself. And it's something that will change over time, but one constant is that these systems cannot be trusted for the short term. So never trust them for 100% for the short term. And that goes back to this drone. You should never do that because you cannot trust them if it's generative AI. And I think that's something that has, I think the science fiction image of AI, and also these kind of suitcase words, as one of my colleagues called them, that reminds us of human cognitive capabilities. We assign them to these AI systems, but they do not apply there. And I can say this 100 times, but if you play with these systems and you test it on your own domain, you will discover it within a minute. And that's a lesson I learned by doing that with a lot of people in many domains. So if you're doubting about AI, just try out on your own domain, and you will see that you cannot trust it, but it can generate great ideas that you could never generate yourself. So that's my answer to your question. I hope it's satisfactory.
Any additions from the other panelists? Elina?
Yeah, no, a very good question, and I guess it's there are a lot of, like, as you might say, like scenarios that people are afraid of. At the same time, I see a lot of curiosity in the defense organization, but at the same time, they're very cautious of how to apply it, because like how it's often explained to me is that, like, what's the alternative? And if, like, humans are often the alternative of other different kind of systems, automated systems. So and also with these systems and also with humans, you need to start you need to develop trust in whether you think the kind of recommendations, for example, in the decision support system, whether those recommendations make sense, whether you can trust them, whether they are 3 out of 10 times okay, or whether almost 10 out of 10 times you can trust on it. So I guess this is the kind of development that the defense organizations are testing, research and development and testing and evaluation and verification. And all of that is very important to understand how these models work, where they can be of use. In practice, I see that there's a lot of reluctance to actually use them at more strategic level, but they can be helpful to do very dull tasks or to focus on logistics. And they give greater insight. If you have so many sensors around the world, at some point you don't want to have humans doing it. The chance of them making a mistake are probably higher than having an AI system. So in that way, they are advantaged. But it's testing, it's developing, it's looking at the context they're being used, the kind of task they get, escalation of any conflict is something defense organizations try to avoid at all times. So they will be very cautious using it, and hopefully. So maybe one point is that I found very interesting is that the question that to what extent do you need a human in the loop? Or and I guess that also very much depends on the context you use it and the kind of task, and also when in the do you do that in the design phase, when you particularly incorporate a couple of rules that are very important, or do you always want to make sure that there's someone who can push a button to shut off the system? And those are questions that the militaries are also testing to see what's realistic, what's helpful, and in the end, it's all about avoiding conflict and situations you don't want to end up doing, but also trying to get this advantage over your competitor. So it will be challenging, but I see a lot of reluctance to go too fast ahead, luckily.
Thank you. Ambassador Kim?
Short word, maybe final word. The designing international governance for technology, I think, is a very good glue for the US allies in Asia and Europe to build together, maybe even with minus US. So I hope GC RIAM and AI safety process should continue to build on, and maybe next host will be Spain from Europe, so I hope maybe US ally in Asia, like Japan, to take the baton. And I hope we can use this as something which can solidify our not only economic, military, but also strategic cooperation between Asia and Europe. And I think we can do very well, and I think we can even influence Trump 2.0, despite their reluctance. And also we can show to the global South through trust building and confidence building efforts with them, because we need them on our side. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chung, very briefly, please.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be my final words. That we have been talking about the global leadership by the two governments, two countries, Netherlands and Republic of Korea, and then we have been discussing that AI. Response of AI in the military domain can be a very good area where two countries can exercise its own leadership, having its unique features that they can be differentiated from the general UN process, also some other related ones, because this process, the only one, to my knowledge, which has institutionally not only intergovernmental, discussion track, also securing the expertise, comprising of the various fields of the experts. So in the sense that I do hope that, other like-minded countries can join to this re-aim and the GC re-aim process, and then doors is open, and then I'm sure that in this room, everybody feels that, okay, we should continue to support this process, and I'm sure that you will remain as the big supporters for this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chung, for this final call to action. That brings us to the end of this panel for today. As you can probably tell, we only just scratched the surface of this very complicated, multidisciplinary, multifaceted issue that affects all aspects of our lives and all actors across the entire world. And perhaps one takeaway from me is, despite perhaps some doubts about the solidity of the international order and the utility of contributing to these global governance initiatives, I think this panel still has a lot of hope and positivity and sees a lot of importance in contributing to these conversations and giving us something to hold on to as we deal with this transition in the military domain, but also in the world as a whole, and that then the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands together are playing a very important role in making this a reality. Thank you all very much for your attention. 감사합니다. And on to the next one. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, welcome back after this break, and thank you for having been with us for the whole day, and now for the last panel of the ROK-NL Forum 2025. Last but not least, as they say, because as I mentioned before, you can talk security, you can talk AI, but you cannot really make it a complete discussion without touching upon STEM and the future of high tech. And for this reason, for this last panel, we have a stellar lineup moderated by Dr. Tim Weiss, Director of Research here at HCSS. And he will bring into the discussion 4 experts on the topic. To my left, Mrs. Sabine Kersens, which is Innovation Orchestrator at TNO Vector here in the Netherlands. On her left, we have Professor Young-Chao Ju, of the Department of Material Science and Engineering from Seoul National University. Then together with us today on Tim's left, we have Mrs. Naomi Verstraeten, which is Chief Innovation and Technology at Brainport Development. And last but definitely not least, you already know him from the previous panel, Professor Lee from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Without further ado, Tim, the word goes to you, and enjoy this last session of today.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking around. It must have been a long day, but it was also a very interesting day. I'm very psyched about this panel. I've been studying South Korea from afar, and over the past few years I had the pleasure to visit your beautiful country. And back in university, in undergrad, we used to study the East Asian economic miracle. And I was always mesmerized and fascinated by the fact that South Korea was able to develop in a period of about 50, 60 years from really one of the, could I say that, one of the more poor countries in the world to the technological powerhouse that it is today. Yesterday we were at the beautiful Escher Museum, and we had a beautiful speech talking about the link between art, technology, creativity, discipline. But these features also need to be accompanied by institutions and by people that come together and come to innovation. So today, we'll be talking about that, the future of innovation, the future innovation landscape, globally, regionally, what that looks like in Korea, what it looks like in the Netherlands, how the Netherlands and South Korea, or South Korea and the Netherlands, can learn from one another. What are opportunities for future cooperation? What are obstacles for future cooperation, and how we can overcome them? I'm not going to read these brilliant CVs of my panelists out loud, but I trust you have a program so you can look them up yourself. But we wanted to start out, as is customary today, with 5 minutes introductions by the panelists. Then I'm not going to abuse, but use my position as a chair to ask questions to the panelists. And I also would like to invite you to talk to one another. And then we'll open up the floor to you, a distinguished audience. So please, let's make this a lively, interactive conversation. And before you know it, we will be walking away filled with knowledge and joy to drinks downstairs. With that, we're going to ask for 5-minute introductions, and we're going to follow the program. So I'm going to ask Professor Yongchang Zhu to start out.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy to attend this forum. As an engineer, it's quite good experiences in the morning and the early afternoon. And I hope this discussion will continue in this third session. I'm a professor in the material science and engineering for 25 years. So my entire 30 years career, I've been developing the advanced semiconductors. So I'm a researcher. But about recently, I was chance to work as a vice minister in Korea, which is in charge of the science, technology, innovation, and overseeing the entire Korea's R&D program. So I have a chance to see how the policies apply to the field. So I'm going to talk about my experiences as a researcher, as well as a policymaker. As you mentioned that Korea has a very unique history with the left economic growth. And this economic growth is based on science and technology. For the industry-wise, Korea has a very robust industry profile. It comes from starts from the automobile industry to ship making, also the semiconductor to telecommunication, and also it covers the aerospaces. Last year, or the 2 years before, Korea became a 7th country in the world which launched a satellite without help of other country. But with this success, but there is also challenges we are facing right now. Maybe I can summarize our challenges. One is internally and one is outside. So internal challenge is that we are lack of the manpower. There is a declining of the scientific talents and technological workforces. The main reason is that we are decreasing in the educational population. One of the reasons is that we have very low birth rate, which is 0.7. And secondly, people, rather than become an engineer, they want to become a medical doctor. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's the same true in Netherlands or not, but it's a serious issue in Korea. I think that one of the important issues in the outside of the Korea is that competition between the China. Unfortunately, many of the economic sector, the industry sector, the Korea is good at, is also competing with China. For example, display industry or batteries or semiconductor car making, we are competing with China, and as you wrote that, China is very strong. So this is I think, biggest challenge in Korea. But interestingly, in the area of the United States and China hegemonial season, there's give us some opportunity as well. For example, as Minister Park has already mentioned, that shipbuilding industry, for example, because it's very labor-intensive industry. So if we just the economical point of view, it can go to another country because Korea's wage is very expensive. But due to the hegemony war between China and United States need shipbuilding. They cannot rely on China, so they rely on Korea for the shipmaking. So it is a chance that hold one of the most significant industry inside of Korea. So in so for the United States alliance need a good manufacturing base for their alliance, within their alliances. And there is a good chance that Korea can be a manufacturing base in many industries. I think this is the opportunity for the Korea to holding the existing industries, I think. For the emerging industry, emerging technology, Korea government defined 12 strategic technologies. But in last year, we have more focusing, and we defined the 3 technologies. One is the AI and semiconductor. Second one is the advanced biotechnology. Third one is quantum computing and quantum telecommunication. So we call it game-changing technology. Korea is like a naming of the technology. Mm-hmm. So we are pushing these 3 technologies into our future emerging technologies. And in order to develop these technologies, we cannot do it alone because Korea is relatively also small country, so we cannot do it alone. So Korea, we realized that previously our R&D is more focusing domestically. So we hoped to change that. So 2 years ago, we tripled our R&D to have a collaboration research budget has tripled it. So right now it's about 2 trillion Korean won, which is about $1.5 billion per year is for the international collaboration research. And secondly, we also joined the Horizon Europe program as the associate member. As for the collaboration between Netherlands, I think Korea and South Korea and Netherlands is already very good complementary relationship. And this relationship had already proven in the area of semiconductor. As Minister Park has mentioned that ASML has the research center in South Korea. And they have very unique, very good machine for the ASML for the lithography, and Korea is manufacturing basis. And I think this already showed that there should be a huge synergy if the Korea and Netherlands work together. And I hope this kind of collaboration should be continuing and expanding in the future. Okay.
Super, thank you very much. And for a very comprehensive survey in such a short time. Challenges, S&T appetite amongst the new generation and the overall fertility rate. Strategy, dual track strategy, both betting on sort of emerging tech and prioritizing it by tripling the budget for R&D, and also doubling down on your industrial base, also to tie the Americans to South Korea. And then an agenda for further collaboration between the Netherlands and South Korea, which maybe is a nice bridge to our fellow panelist, Dr. Chung-Min Lee, who will talk about political military and military technological issues. Sir.
Well, thank you very much. You just heard from Professor Chu, who is a real S&T major. I'm just a fake S&T person who acts as if he knows what he's talking about, and I don't. And that's why Professor Chu is on the same panel with me. I just wanted to reflect on a couple of points. As you know, we have a long history between the Netherlands and Korea. And you all know, if you're a Dutch person who knows a little bit of Asian history, Pak Jan, who is, his Dutch name is Jan Jans Weltevree, if my pronunciation is correct. He was in Korea before Hamel. And the reason I bring this out was because when he was in Korea, and he died in Korea, he married a Korean wife, he had children, but we don't know exactly what happened to his children afterwards. But the reason why he was brought into the Korean court and he stayed there, although he tried to escape several times, was he was forced to work in the Department of Military Affairs. And because of his skills in making cannons, he was one of the first persons, if not the first person in Korea to introduce modern cannon-making technology. So therefore, the Dutch are responsible for the armament of the Korean people. So this is why the history of, the defense relationship between our two countries goes so long. What I really wanted to focus on, if you look at the level of defense industrial cooperation between Holland and Korea, it's very, very nascent. But if you look at, for example, Dutch exports or major arms exports, it is primarily in naval combat systems. And they're very good in radars, including the Mk2 radar and command and control systems, frigates and patrol vessels, and close-in weapon systems. And the reason is, of course, the Netherlands is a maritime power. One of the reasons why I believe that the Dutch and the Koreans have to really collaborate going into the future is that no one country can build a system by itself. So without that type of collaboration, defense planning in the next 10, 20 years is going to be extremely difficult. I believe there are 3 areas where the Dutch and the Koreans can really collaborate, particularly on defense. This is something that I focus on. The first is there must be really intense intelligence sharing and cooperation. If you look at the map, and especially after the Ukrainian war, of course, you have the UK and the French and German intelligence all watching what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. But I would think that from a Dutch perspective, you have a unique insight into what really makes Putin tick. So if we are able to share your intelligence assessments about Russia and our assessments of the PRC, that I think would be mutually really, really beneficial. And that's something that I've always told my Dutch colleagues. So the first thing we should do is to have much more intensive and institutionalized intelligence collaboration. I would go even so far to say, I don't think it is happening now, but we should also have intelligence officers stationed in each other's agencies so that they will be able to at least connect at that level. The second point, which is Professor Chu's major area, is in semiconductors and microelectronics for defense systems. This is something that I think where really the Dutch and the Koreans can cooperate. So if we're looking at next generation chips and systems for radars and missiles, C4ISR, et cetera, these are all areas where Korea is a mover, but not a fast mover. And this is why I think if we collaborate with the Dutch on these particular issues, there will be places where Korean and Dutch defense technology cooperation can really result in something really, really robust. The other area that I believe is crucial is cybersecurity and digital warfare. Tim, this is your domain. You just published a book on the future of warfare. If you look at where encryption is going, this is where I just talked to an ROK officer not too long ago in the ROK. He was extremely worried at the intense amount of cyber attacks we're getting from the PRC as well as North Korea. And he was very worried that within the next 5 to 10 years, assuming you have AGI, all of our encryption systems will be basically compromised.
Yes.
So this is one area where I believe that with the Dutch and the Koreans, we can really do something a little bit more, I guess, effective. Finally, I think if you look at where future warfare is going, it's going to be in underwater vehicles and maritime autonomous systems and robotics and AI-enhanced naval surveillance. Again, this is one area where Korea and the Dutch as maritime powers have a lot of shared interests. And if we were able to do this even in a very small scale matter, I believe that this will become, in certain respects, a test case for deeper Korea-NATO cooperation. Honestly, on a day-to-day basis, most Koreans don't think about NATO. On a day-to-day basis, I don't think many Dutch people think about Korea. But I guarantee you that if something really bad happens in Asia, and of course in the post-Ukrainian war, I believe that Korea and the Netherlands can really collaborate on these very specific issues. And that's where I hope where we will be able to, through this forum, make sure that much more specific cooperation is doable.
Terrific, thank you. I have many, many questions, but I'll leave them for the Q&A later on. But for sketching the contours of an agenda for future collaboration, building on each other's strengths. I think the Netherlands can also learn a lot from South Korea in terms of how you've structured your industry and scaled it up. And before we get to that in the Q&A, it may be interesting to get a Dutch perspective on how we try to push forward and orchestrate innovation. Yes, you're seeing, and we're pivoting to Sabine Kersens. And what's your role in there? What do you see as opportunities, and what are some of the good practices or best practices that we can take away from the Netherlands?
Yeah.
Sabine.
Pleasure to be here today and to be invited. Very interesting debate to be had today. TNO is an organization almost 100 years old with 4,500 employees working on innovation on a daily basis. And that range is very wide within the STEM domain, within science, technology, mathematics. And I really like how civil innovation and defense innovation is coming closer together right now. So what we're seeing is, for example, the request for data and the request for transferring information from one to another is surging on a daily basis from you and me. We would like to now even stream Netflix on an airplane. But it is very closely linked also to our security needs. Can we transfer information securely, fast, for our military on the ground via space? So these kinds of topics really show how innovation is often at the beginning of both what is changing in society and what is changing in our strategic autonomy. In the past year, I have worked very closely on the communication via space. So when Putin stepped into Ukraine, at the same moment there was a hack on the Viasat satellites. That meant that communication was very difficult on the ground in Ukraine. And immediately creating a crisis that could not be expected on forehand. So I think that many of you know these days that the Starlink satellites from Elon Musk are a solution to the Ukrainian military, but it's also creating a lot of dependency. It's an innovation that we can be very proud of. It's also an innovation that creates a control point for a certain country, individual, that can be seen as worrisome. So these kinds of challenges, they happen both for a government perspective and corporate perspective and our day-to-day lives. And I think that TNO has an incredible history of trying to see an overlap in the three of those. When it comes to communication via space, what we did is we brought together the European Commission, together with the Ministry of Defense, as well as 18 different corporates and startups and scale-ups in the Netherlands, such as VDL, such as Demcon, Airbus, maybe big names that you might know, but also inspiring new entrepreneurs like Free Space Optics, the FSO, a company that really tries to create new technologies, laser technology, to communicate in a different way than we have before. To start bridging the fact that innovation is something that is going to touch all of us in our daily lives and on a strategic level. So I look forward to discussing the position of the Netherlands, the position of Korea.
Okay, thank you. And you touched upon the role of TNO as a large RTO here that sits between basic science and industry. So it's an applied science research and technology organization that is funded by the government. Let's go to the South Koreans in a moment, how you structure it. But we also have Brainport. And so we would like to invite Naomi Verstraeten from Brainport to tell us more. Could you tell us a little bit more about Brainport and then talk about your key points for today?
Of course. Very wonderful to be here. Thank you. I actually visited South Korea in February.
Oh.
Last February, so it's this year.
Oh,
yes. I was at the Semicon South Korea in Seoul. So firsthand, I experienced actually, again, it wasn't my first time, it was actually my second time being in South Korea, the wonderful effort that is being put in South Korea towards the semiconductor industry, for one point. But let me start by telling you, so I work for Brainport Development. We are the Regional Economic Development Board. And our primary focus is actually on high-tech industry, actually. You mentioned ASML. It's one of the prime companies in that region, but not just ASML. The region actually, it is founding father, as we call it, at least I do, not sure if everybody does, but it's my story, so I'm telling it my way, is actually Philips. Philips laid down the foundation for all the technological competences that we currently have within the region. And we also sketched a Philips tree, as we call it, the heritage tree. And if you look at that tree, many of the well-known companies, such as ASML, but also NXP, Thermo Fisher Scientific even, all stem from that Philips tree. I think what that says is that the technological competences that we built upon currently, they come forth from that tree. Our technical university actually came into existence because Philips needed more engineers. This is also why the technical university actually has ranks as one of the top universities globally for scientific publications between industry and university. For us, STEM is extremely important. And the reason for that, I mean, if you are a high-tech region where high-tech manufacturing is so important, it is like a precondition. I mean, any innovation that comes forth needs to come from STEM. So we have developed 5 measures, actually, if you look at STEM, because also for us it's challenging, right? I mean, it's a global issue that we have. We see less youngsters that want to go into technology. In the Netherlands, it's even dramatic, more dramatic than in Korea, I think. Sorry, but I do think that's the case. So what we have done is 5 measures, and the first one is actually, we have a lot of people that are currently unemployed that don't have a technological background, of whom we think that with some additional training might be able to become a workforce for the high-tech industry. The second one is try to seduce, and I'm calling it the word seduce because I think that's what it's supposed to be, all these kids that are in primary schools to choose more STEM-related studies, which is a tough one. We've had programs on it for many years. We do see an increase of females in STEM education in the Netherlands, which is a good thing because we were leaping behind, far behind compared to Asia, at least, and also to South Korea, to be honest, on that part. And the second one is to retain them. Because what we also see is that those that do study, after the first year that they are in university or in applied science university or vocational education, they quit. Because either it's too difficult or sometimes they say it's too masculine. Sorry, guys. But that's the feedback that we get. So we need to do something about that. We need to change that. The third one is labor productivity. Increase productivity. How can we do that? Because we know, just like you have in South Korea, we have an aging population. Our birth rate is not high enough. So we really need to do something about labor productivity, actually. So that's another one. And the last one is actually try to attract people from abroad. And I think here is, for me, an important link towards Korea, in the sense that Eindhoven University of Technology has the Eindhoven Semiconductor Summer School. It's a very interesting model, I think, and the reason why it's a model, it's because in the whole process of that summer school, youngsters come for 2 weeks, or students from university, they come here and they get classes from the best of the best. It's from ASML, it's from NXP, it's from IMAC in Leuven. So it's not just in the Netherlands, but it's really the crème de la crème on research and development on high-tech industry that they get for 2 weeks. And I think the nice thing about that is that it's not only students from Korea, it's also students from the Netherlands or from Belgium. And I think that's where relationship starts. Yeah. Because if we start to understand one another, from a more public standpoint, we can think of, okay, what do we need? A framework, but at the end of the day, it's people that need to connect to people if we want to start these cross-border collaborations. So these are a bit of the examples that we have. And then last, I think my time's almost up, but last is we actually, in the Netherlands last year, we were able to realize a reinforcement plan for the semiconductor industry. For the Netherlands, it's a huge amount of money. It's 450 million of public funding to actually create a higher influx and graduates of semiconductor talent. Because semiconductor, you talked about the defense industry, semiconductor is at the base, actually, if we want to build a defense industry. I mean, if you look at precision, if you look at calibration technologies, if you look at the chips that you need for the different type of missiles or the FSO space satellites that we need, or optical communications, unjammable and secure. This is where semiconductor is at the base at. So we were really happy that as a country, with our region as well, but also the other regions in the Netherlands who are strong in semiconductors, we could create this reinforcement plan. It has to be executed, but still it was a big leap for us as a country. That's what I would like to share.
Terrific, thank you very much. Okay, I think that sets us up very nicely for a discussion that is going to touch upon a variety of issues. But what I would like to start off with is this phone that I have here. I saw the former Deputy Secretary General yesterday with a flip phone, and I thought, I want one as well. Which speaks to the fact that Korea has moved up into the value chain, that you now make top-notch technologies that are bought by consumers around the world. And that, of course, has to do with the fact that you set up an R&D ecosystem in a particular way, but you were also able to combine that with production, scaling up production, and exporting that. In Europe and in the Netherlands, for a very long time, we thought that we would all leave that to the private sector. Since the financial crisis, 2008, since COVID, and now especially since the large-scale invasion of Ukraine of February 2022, we see a reversal. So we see the state stepping back in. We see a realization that the development and kickstarting such growth is not something you want to leave to only to the private sector. And governments have a role to play. So there's two things I want to put on the table, and I would like to have your input on. One is, how do governments, how does the South Korean government, how does the Dutch government, how does Brainport and TNO make these bets? You mentioned 3 technologies. We also have a number of core technologies that we focus on. How can we ensure that we are at the forefront of that next industrial revolution? That's one. The question then is, once you make those choices, how do you design that ecosystem? I started off by talking about my undergraduate years in which I studied the political economic miracle of East Asia and of South Korea. I'm fascinated by the chaebol, if I pronounce that correctly, and how you channel that and build that up. But it's in a different way integrated, as we were discussing, than we do that here in Europe and in the Netherlands. A question here is, if chaebols were perfect vehicles to facilitate growth and bring you here, are they the perfect vehicles to guide you into the future? So what are some of the thoughts that our panelists would be able to share on this? So first, the choice for technological areas, and second, how do you structure that in this day and age? I think it's an extremely difficult question, so I think it's up to the professor to go first and have a go at answering this question.
Yeah. Actually, while I was working vice minister, the title is the Science and Technology Innovation. And so I also talked about innovation. So I think I realized that how the innovation is quite important and difficult it is.
Yes.
So it is historically and worldwide, people are talking about innovation, but it's very difficult to achieve. You mentioned that how you focusing on the research and how to make new product. But while we allocate the research funding, we always puzzled balance between the basic research and the focused research.
Yeah.
Because that the new invention comes from the basic research, so you cannot ignore that. But there should be a focusing. So I think that it is a challenge for everywhere, all over the world in the history of science, I think. So I think basically it needs a balance is required. Even though we do the focusing, but we should balance the basic science should be coming on.
I like that, but can I chime in immediately? So if you look at the late 19th century, you saw that the basic scientists who were doing basic science were able to translate that into concrete products, whether it's Edison or Graham Bell or Marconi or the Wright brothers or the Nobel with the dynamite, right? The tinkers in their basements or their attics or their backyards were able to do so. How do you see that now in this day and age?
Yeah, I think nowadays the basic understanding from finding in the basic research come to the commercialize even more faster because of the system of the startups. So that is the reason that we should develop the startups. Of course, we need the jaebol to make a large production, but actually in the system in Korea, we need to more boost up the startups. Okay. Compared to the United States and other countries. And actually, the Korea's innovation for last 10 years can be said in this word. We are the fast follower. We should be the first mover. So always from my undergraduate time and even now, we are saying that Korea's challenge is before we are the fast follower. Our economic growth from after Korean War to here was successful because of we are the fast follower. But as we become the number 10 biggest country in the technology, within the 10 country, we should be a first mover. But it's very difficult to change our education system, thinking the way and something like that to change this motivation. So I think in the Korean government or Korea's STI innovation, biggest puzzle is changing from the fast follower to the first mover.
Okay.
Actually, we went Asia Museum. We have dinner at the Asia Museum. I was very surprised to see the works in Asia. Actually, I study material science, so I know some of the mineralogy. So some of the picture in the Asia Museum was I see in the textbook, but I see much more the innovative way to thinking in the Museum of Asia, how he think about as a first mover rather than follower. So I think that kind of split, the Korea should be more alone and go to the direction, I think.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ju. What I find fascinating here is that you immediately went to the structure and you said, okay, large centralized companies are good for scaling up, but we need to invest more in startups and scale-ups. And fortunately, we have an innovation orchestrator working for TNO. I don't know whether that's a paradox to the extent that TNO is a large RTO, right?
Yeah.
And I think that they realized that in order to kickstart innovation, you also want to go with sort of different flowers that you then help grow and nurture. So could you respond?
Absolutely. So in September, the Draghi report came out, and it stated that in Europe, we need 800 billion to become competitive. And it said we need to bring down energy prices, and we need to invest in semiconductors, in talent, in growth, in a lot of different topics. And yesterday, we, as TNO, I responded to the Dutch Parliament. They asked me what was going to be the impact for the Netherlands, and we said 40 billion minimum. And actually, that's a really funny thing to say, because it sort of pretends that we know what is going to happen, that how the future is going to look, which companies we have that we need to invest in to bring their energy prices down so that they can somehow become successful. But actually, when you talk about what's really interesting, it's about serendipity, and it's about the innovation that very often comes from startups that may not even live today, that might not be there. So we have started a collaboration with my other employee. It's called TechLeap. It's hosted by the Dutch Prince Constantine, and together with our National Investment Bank, to really see what it is that these established technological researchers from TNO can do to specifically encourage serendipity and innovation at startups. Because when I was very young at TechLeap, we did this research, and we said the Dutch culture, we love our independence. That makes us great entrepreneurs. We don't like a boss. We just like doing what we think is important. And we build technologies, we create cool things. We're ambitious in that way. But we are not ambitious when it comes to growth. So when you ask a Dutch entrepreneur, how do you see the future? They say, well, I do this great thing, and I'll continue to do that for the next 100 years. And you say, but you need people, you need to grow, you need more money, you need to scale. And they say, well, I see myself scale with a few people. No big, ambitious development sometimes there. And that's really dangerous, because you get all these amazing people with new ideas. So how are you going to bring them to market? How are you going to get enough people around you to believe you and to take that direction with you? Yeah. And I think that that's something that the Netherlands can struggle with. And I really like hearing you talk and learning from Korea when it comes to making decisions and going for it, being ambitious there.
Terrific. I'm going to go to you first, Naomi, and then to Chongmin Lee. But I wanted to ask a follow-up question, though. Because in the Netherlands, we have a very healthy SME landscape, yes. MKB, small and medium enterprises. The problem, though, with SMEs is that they have a hard time finding access to money, because we don't have a healthy financial sector. And specifically where it comes to dual-use technologies, so I'm hinting at the fourth, there's also an issue with compliance risk and these sorts of things, and a general reluctance of financial investment, so hedge funds, investment pension funds, banks, to invest in dual-use technologies. Could you say a few more words on what TechLeap or the broader landscape is doing about that specific problem?
Yes, so I think in the Netherlands we have a great number of startups. We have relatively fewer scale-ups, so fewer companies that have grown to more than 50, to bigger number of employees. And that can be caused by several ways. First of all, is financing. So what we see is that bigger ticket sizes for entrepreneurs are something that we're really searching for. One of the big wins that I would see there was the NATO Innovation Fund being headquartered now in Amsterdam since 2023, if I'm correct.
Yeah, for Diana, with about $1 billion.
With about $1 billion.
In euros.
For venture capital and fund-to-fund investments. It can also be access to markets. So in Europe, we see Europe as one single market. But on a day-to-day basis, it still means a lot of compliance in different countries, different languages, different ways of doing business differently. So that is something that we need to work with, and that we have innovation attachés and ways of making that easier for our entrepreneurs. Excellent. There's also, lastly, talent. So I said something about the culture. That is a slow thing to change, but I am also very interested in the initiatives in Brainport to hear about how are we going to create enough STEM talent and enough people to take the new steps towards innovation.
Excellent. Okay. So we naturally pivot to you, Naomi. Yes. So there was a question. I started off with a question pertaining to choice for technological domains and the way in which we want to structure it. And then we've been focusing how we want to structure it. And what I find very interesting in Brainport, that there's a lot of like world top R&D going on by tinkerers and innovators, but also by these by now very sizable MNCs, multinational corporations, right? Could you tell us a little bit more about how that is structured and how that facilitates innovation? And then we're going to go to the human pipeline. Yes.
So we, I think for a couple of years now already, at least within our organization, I guess I didn't explain it. So our organization is responsible also for writing down the economic development strategy of the region. We reside under a board. The board has 15 board members. They are board members from government, knowledge institutes, and industry. And actually, the board members are all individually responsible for some parts of the agenda. And as an organization, we do a small part of it. And how this year we're actually going to be 20 years old, our organization. So we have an anniversary coming up. But how we started actually was that as of, I think approximately 2017, 2018, we started using business intelligence actually, and not intelligence on security, but more business intelligence, which means that we started looking at what are the key technologies that we actually are really strong in. I saw a similar matrix when I was actually in Korea in February, because you have the same system, which was very interesting to see, is by mapping based up on patents, based up on research that is done at the university, based upon the companies. Mm-hmm. This is when we decide these are the technologies where we have a potential right to play, as we call it. And then we actually look a bit further, what are the application markets? So where do these technologies, what are the applications for these technologies? And sometimes the technologies cross. So if you're talking about these key enabling technologies, it's in AI. Today, AI was discussed as well. Primarily in our case, it has to do with AI that'll be in machines, because that's what we're good at. We build really complex machines, actually. Mm-hmm. It's really one of our key features. A second one is advanced manufacturing. Mm-hmm. So how can you, again, has to do with the machines, how can you create these factories to further enhance productivity and production. Another one of the key enabling technologies is photonics. You mentioned FSO, the satellite. It works on space optics, actually. So it needs a photonic chip, but it needs a market. What's the market going to be? Again, is the market going to be automotive? Is it going to be space, or is it going to be defense? So how do we do it? Because that was your question. So on one hand, we do the business intelligence to figure out, okay, what are we strong in? The second one is figuring out what is the application market and what are the positions within the global supply chains that these companies have, and then figure out what are the gaps that we see, and do you need to fill them? And a gap could be that you don't see enough companies scaling. We see enough startups, but they don't scale. So what's the problem there? And this is when we created this mechanism to create public-private large innovation skill programs. And this is when actually the big companies can help the other companies to move along their innovations. It's a difficult process.
But how? Could you sort of...
Well, how? It's like it's by building a consortia. So that means that the larger companies, they have more resources available to put in these programs than the smaller. But because the larger companies are also in the consortium, they will demand that the smaller companies step up their game.
Yes.
And then we, from our side, will facilitate these smaller companies in the sense that sometimes they're not on the same level as the big ones. So we'll give them additional support. Sometimes they need some more help, because otherwise they're going to lag behind. That's one of the mechanisms that we've created, to say it that way. And we've been doing these large-scale programs now for a couple of years already. And this is how we actually create this fertile ecosystem in different parts. So it's in integrated photonics, and we keep building upon them. For example, we applied as a region with TNO, actually, for one of the 5 pilot lines of the European Chips Act on integrated photonics. We really see a potential to build a foundry, literally a foundry in the Netherlands, on integrated photonic chips. Who would have thought that 5 years ago? If you would have said, or maybe we've been building this this whole supply chain of photonic companies as of 2013, I think. We've been building this up. So you're already talking about 12 years. And now I get to the education. If you look at the university, the Technical University of Eindhoven, now they finally see there's companies, there's startups, there's scale-ups. We're getting the pilot line in place. Now they finally see that students are choosing to study engineering on integrated photonics, where like 12 to 14 years has passed already. Yeah. This is when we started. We started in 2013, 2014. This is how long it takes, and it's not just private, it's public-private. It's a proactive way of collaborating between public and private. At least that's the system that we have in the Netherlands and that we use, actually.
Fascinating. It really is quite fascinating. Also, if you see at the level of growth and the number of patents that are being created there each year. Jungmin, I've been seeing you nodding and writing things up.
I'm taking notes.
Yes, so am I. Yeah.
Well, you know, one of the things that really interests me is that in March 24, we became the first Asian country to receive and accept NATO airworthiness certification. And that's important because we've never done that with any other NATO country. And in March of this year, Korea became, together with the Japanese and Australians, part of the NATO Science and Technology program. So we are now officially a part of of NATO's broader eco-defense system. I believe that where the Netherlands and the Koreans can really collaborate on is mapping out the next 5 to 20 years of where the defense ecosystem is going to be. Why? Because as small and medium powers, we have the ability and the technology and the security threats, but most importantly, we have the political trust to map out something where we are mutually complementary. In particular, I would like to focus on 3 areas. The first is on asymmetrical systems. This is where I believe the future lies. Okay, you have Lockheed Martin, you have the Boeings, you have the huge companies, that's great. But the future will be driven by Palantir, Anduril, and other companies that are working on really, really up-to-date asymmetrical technologies. So if you ask the Koreans, what is the future of warfare, which is your latest book, the Korean defense ministry no longer uses a ceiling of 500,000 troops because we don't have the manpower to basically make it. So our future armed forces in 30 years is going to be a very cyborg-intensive army. Yes. It may be too Hollywood in many respects, but that's the only way we will be able to fill that gap, is to really, really rely on asymmetrical systems.
I would say closer in time than that.
Right, but I would argue where the Dutch and the Koreans can really collaborate are in 2 areas.
Yes.
Anti-ship missiles and anti-drone measures. This is where I believe that our technologies and our security interests really converge. The US Secretary of Defense just said a few days ago, now I don't believe everything he says, but he said that in a war game with the US and Chinese warships, he said, all of 11 American aircraft carriers would be destroyed by Chinese hypersonic missiles within 20 hours. Now, if that is the future of naval warfare, I guarantee you that no aircraft carrier is going to be able to project power as they did 30, 40 years ago. So where can Holland and Korea really collaborate on, as I said? It's on anti-ship missiles. The second area is on uncrewed systems. This is where Korea is going. There's no way that we will be able to build submarines or frigates or corvettes or whatever because we don't have the NCOs. We just don't. So this is the second area. The third is mapping out disruptive technologies. This is, I think, something that Koreans think about, but we haven't really done all that much. And my final point, Tim, is this. It all comes down to money. Our defense spending is about $50 billion a year. Your defense spending is about 24 billion. But if you take out personnel costs, maintenance, procurement, the ROK Armed Forces spends about $2 to $4 billion per year on defense R&D, which is not small, but it's not very big either. And so my assumption is that the number for the Dutch military R&D is even smaller.
Much smaller, yeah.
Right? So if you combine those two and are able to basically make something a little bit more tangible, that's where the added advantage comes. And we've never done that with any other country except the Americans, but I believe it is time to basically do that with the Dutch.
I like that. I've been taking notes here. And I'm going to open the floor to the audience, but I wanted to add one thing. Even though we've been having a war on this continent for 3 years now, even though we have doubled our defense spending and are still starting up our defense industries, the real innovation is really lacking behind in this sphere. And in addition to everything that has been said to kickstart innovation and scale this up, you need concepts. Strategic concepts that generals, civilian defense planners, but also the lieutenant colonels can hook onto and think, this works, I can see it. Thus now, we outsource that essentially to the planners at the Pentagon, who give us these very sci-fi 20 to 40 high-tech, but American visions of the future. And I think it's time for us small and middle powers to do so. So what I would be interested in exploring later on is to see whether we can build a consortium with the Koreans, with the Europeans, and perhaps in the context of extended deterrence, with an American outlet, to see what these concepts could look like, these strategic concepts, whether it's asymmetric denial or whichever way we want to put it, in order to give the framework that technologists can hook onto.
You know, one thing that I would say is it's a word of caution. If you look at all of the materials that the Korean Defense Ministry produces on the future army, it all sounds great on paper.
Yes.
Everything is smart. Smart,
yes.
Smart, smarter, smarter. But in the end, it's people who fight wars. So I believe that where the Dutch and the Koreans can really make this happen, as you said, is think about mapping out future defense technologies in a very realistic way.
Yes.
I would have one thing to say, because when you were talking about the budgets that we have on innovation, and you deducted at one point the procurement part, and I think that is such a big step that we continue to make to oversee the fact that we need to buy things. And we buy them from whoever sells them the cheapest. We maybe look at some price quality, but we don't think strategically about the purchase that I do enables a company, enables an entrepreneur, enables someone that I might want to strategically position. So we think of investments as maybe it'll do some research, maybe it'll be successful. We should think about investments as procurement parts. It should be the bigger story there.
And to give a byline there, so of the defense expenditures that European did after the large-scale invasion February 2022, 63% of those went to US military sales. 80% of them went outside of Europe. In terms of R&D, I don't know the specific number for the Netherlands. It's in order of a couple of hundred millions. But Europe-wise, this is the Draghi report, the Americans spend about 140 billion, including testing, but testing in R&D. The Europeans combined 10 billion. Yeah. I mean, to give you a sense of the scale that we're talking about. I see Benedetta looking around the room together with me for whether people want to ask questions. Yes. Sir, could you stand up and introduce yourself briefly?
Yes, of course.
And pose a pointed question.
Martijn Miedema, I'm with Thermo Fisher. Even joined when it was still Philips. We're also serving Samsung as a partner for 3D metrology. Myself, I'm responsible for a long-term technology strategy for our services department, so not the products, but the services. And I need to figure out 5-10 years from now what are the key technologies that we want to apply.
All right.
The thing that I'm struggling with right now, what's the impact of what the Americans are doing in how we can build common technology or share technology, right? what are your thoughts about that? Because so far, we do everything together in the academic world, in the engineering. There's, of course, patents, IP, and there is secrecy, but there's a relatively openness. I've seen one development already where we're moving into an US tech-free platform. So a European company can do business with another country where they are not sure they want to have American tech in there. I would like to have your thoughts on that one, where you think that's heading.
Super. We're not going to take another question, so you have to gather your thoughts very quickly. I think it's a very relevant question. It's a question that you notice that the panelists dodged. Because I said there is two things, the structure, and the first thing is how do you make the choice for the technologies? And I'm glad that you came back to us and looking at the impact of geopolitical developments in the America First agenda on what that means for future technological design.
I think, to be honest, that's the biggest challenge that we currently have. I mean, that's the honest answer, I think. A lot has happened since the new administration in the US, and we see a lot more momentum within Europe to work together within the European continent, but we're not there yet, to be honest. I mean, that's the honest answer. Do we have a solution already? No, we don't. And yes, also we hear parties that say, no, we should do everything European. You talked about unmanned systems. Can we build unmanned systems? Is one of the things that is currently playing, and can we build it with only European components? And that goes from the chip to the packaging to the steering of the drone. I think it'll require us the coming months, I think, to think through what this will mean, because we all came from the generation, to say it that way, where it was very efficiently organized. I mean, you bought your chips somewhere, you had them packaged somewhere, then you flew them in, you bought your batteries somewhere, then you developed your battery management system, just to give a few examples. But I think this is one of the challenges that we have currently, and we are actually looking at this, to be honest, from our side, because we know it's a challenge, and we cannot work fast enough, because we cannot generate all the intelligence necessary to map all the supply chains and all the risks that there are. So we're talking a lot with companies the coming months. We actually have 120 listed to have talks with to figure out what to do. That's my take on this, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, I'm a material scientist, and I use lots of some official equipment, so I appreciate your. It's very good equipment. So the innovation and okay, when you talked about developing a new product, I think that the terms of domain or regional is kind of less and less, I think. I heard that there is 120 countries are related to development use of the making the chips, semiconductor chips. So it's already complicated anyway. And if you're making like a European or Asian or Korean localized product, means that do not have any competition in the worldwide. So maybe packaging can be done in Taiwan, and like AI chips, American company design it, and Taiwan make GPU, TSMC, but memory is done making in South Korea, like a HBM. Then makes the AI, it makes the fast development of AI we talked in previous session. So I think in the future, it will be more and more diverse for the worldwide strategies. So I think that rather than focus, but some critical product in the value chain, you should be purchase some critical product. I think already Netherlands has a good demonstration between by the ASMR. You don't produce any semiconductor, but you are head of the value chain due to the ASMR. I think I often talk to in Korea that Korea is a small country. We cannot do everything. So Korea can be a strong country in the science technology, but we cannot be a big country for the science technology. So the important thing is that Korea should hold a critical product which other countries cannot make. This is the important thing rather than making everything in our own. So I think that is even true for the United States and China. No other country, single country, can make everything in their own. I think it's the same true for the Europe. So I think from now on, we should more think about how do we participate in the global value chain. What is the critical product which cannot be replaceable is holding in our country. This is how we security the technological sovereignty, I think.
Yeah. Indispensable positions.
Yeah, indispensable.
I really like that. There's a positive thing about mutual dependency. ASML is dependent on the rest of the value chain and vice versa. I work for a company that has engineers that work on the same topic for 40 years. We have this national festivity called Sinterklaas. It's very much like Christmas in the beginning of December. And we make funny videos, and some of the IT specialists, they were like, no, we can't save this on our drives because that's not secure enough. I don't want this funny video of me anywhere. So, I mean, there is a real scaredness by our engineers of the American software. And I think that that's something that we need to continue taking into account. And we are. So there are developments for an ChatGPT version of ChatNL, of also in European forms. There's ways of how currently the AI thinks is maybe not in the way that we would like it to think. So there's ways that we can bring our own products and ideas into this world, but we will always have a mutual dependency. And then I think it's very much about creating a level playing field. And I think that that's what it's all about, fair competition. And then when you are needing to make those decisions as an individual company, I think it's about understanding how healthy that level playing field is in different industries. And once you feel like the dependency becomes too distorted, take action.
I wanted to ask Chungmin, since you're here, in this context and in this debate, the Dutch, I wouldn't say fully, but very much integrated in the US military equipment chain, whether it pertains to C4ISR, whether it's our F-35s, whether it's dependency on extended nuclear deterrence. We really have a hard time not even surviving or defending, but even operating without the Americans. What does that, and this is something that worries us, right? Does it keep us up at night? Yes, it actually does keep me up at night. And when we think about it, what that could look like in a European context. Could you share your views on what that looks like from the South Korean peninsula?
You know, that's a great question. And at the end of this year, I'll be publishing a book at IISS on Korea's defense deficits. And my whole argument, and I'll get a lot of criticism for this, is what I call the phenomenon of the donut army. And the donut army looks very fancy on the outside. F-35, KF-21, you know, everything that you can name, we basically have. On the other hand, it's hollow inside, which is our ability to really think about worst case scenarios and the will to fight. And the donut, I believe, in my opinion, is divided into three sectors. The progressive side of the donut has outsourced Korean defense to the goodwill of North Koreans. The conservative side of the donut has outsourced defense to our American brothers. And the armed forces have basically outsourced defense to defense high technologies. So on the outside, everything looks fine, but on the inside, it's just like the German army before the Ukrainian war blew up. My final point is this. If you look at what the US has done with the Koreans over the last, say, 70 years, On the one hand, they wanted South Korea strong enough to deter North Korea, but not strong enough to threaten the DPRK. So as a result, this was a very, very crazy relationship. It's like Escher. On the one hand, they want the left hand to go. On the other hand, they want to stop the right hand.
Yes.
An example of this is the US ROK missile guidelines, which no longer exists. But for 50 years, the Americans refused to let South Korea develop longer range and more, I guess, accurate missiles. Okay? That is now gone. So we can do what we want, minus just conventional warhead. What I worry about, if you look at AUKUS, the Australians wanted a submarine with nuclear powered with the UK and the Americans. Biden said yes. Trump says maybe, maybe not. The Japanese are collaborating on their 6th generation fighter with the UK and the Italians. And we are collaborating with Indonesia on our 4.5 generation aircraft called KF-21. So it's on paper, these collaborations look great, but in reality, it's very messy. So I believe, again, this is my own thought, the reason why the Koreans and the Dutch can work together is because neither of us are Americans, but we are highly dependent upon American C4ISR. So if we can find a niche whereby we can be a little bit more autonomous and independent from the Americans, I think that's a win-win both for your country and mine.
And perhaps even for the Americans.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a question actually to myself, if I may abuse of the power of having the microphone in my own hands.
You may.
Well, Benedetta Girardi, I am strategic analyst here and in charge of the European and Indo-Pacific hub for HCSS. I have my first question to the whole panel, and I'd like to bring up the uncomfortable but quite current topic of tariff and trade restrictions when it comes to tech industry and innovation. I think we have seen, starting with the Inflation Reduction Act now a couple of years ago, up to, well, I think it's news of this morning of the Chinese government politely asking the Korean government not to actually sell products containing rare earth minerals to the US defense industry. So I wanted to ask to the whole of the panel, how do you see these possibilities of cooperation, of international venue and procurement? How do you see them playing out in this intense climate of economic restrictions from, and well, I think some people go as far as call it a trade war between the United States and China? So that would be my first question. And then my second question is mainly tailored to Professor Lee. Since we are speaking defense, one of my research niche is that of mapping critical raw materials supply chains for defense. And so I would like to bring up this topic as well and ask you, how does Korea perceive, if any, vulnerabilities in its supply chains of critical raw materials, specifically for the defense sectors? I think here in the Netherlands we have started recently thinking about this, but it's a topic that both for policy officials and ministries and researchers alike is quite new. So I was wondering, how's that seen in Korea, if there are already plans to secure the supply chains of these critical raw materials for the defense sector specifically? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benedetta, for 2 questions. Professor, can we go first with you?
Yeah, that's very important question and this very good question. The critical raw material is quite important. And as a material scientist, I keep saying that this is important, but unfortunately, Korea do not have a good plan for this. I already said that United States or Europe has defined their own critical raw material, but Korea does not. And this is a shame to say that, but I keep saying that from 2015, but it's not, there is no like a think tank about the critical raw materials. So I think this is a kind of important thing. I Actually, there is a conference in 2 weeks ago, and I meet my colleague, and they said that, like a quantum technology, they define indium as a critical raw material because low temperature usage. But indium is abundant. Indium is a byproduct of the tin or other mineral. So the same is true for the layers material. There are enough layers material, and United States open a world's biggest layers material product country, but due to the environment issues, they go to China. So I think that it will be a big impact if there is but we should be prepared in the long-term. We should be prepared, and this requires a detailed analysis, I think. So somehow, I don't know, maybe Australia or other place should be developed a layers material. And indium, Korea has the technology, the company who has the indium processing technology, but it was kind of urged to sell by other company. And in the point of view, this critical raw material, Korea should keep that company, Yangpung, to doing indium processing. So I think that's very good, important point, and we should think about it and share this for the alliances, and we should be prepared on these kind of things. I think this will be more and more important in the future, I think.
Excellent. Sabine?
Critical materials, I have to say, what I hear mostly my colleagues talk about that topic, and then I hear about the dependency of China. I hear about space exploration and how once the air was for us all, now the space is also being colonized in that sense for raw materials. So it's a changing field. It's not my expertise, but I think it comes back to competitiveness, and it comes back to becoming partners and friends with the countries around us. I mean, we have friends here in the room. We have dependencies, economic dependencies in the room, and all of those are important. I think when it comes to those trade changes and the tariffs, of course, putting a heavy weight on that, it will affect the Netherlands harder. We have the Rotterdam Harbor, we have Schiphol as an airport. We are very dependent on trade, and as a country, we should absolutely not endorse Europe to fight back, because it really can become a fight to the bottom, and I know our country would suffer heavily. It's a difficult topic.
I actually have to say the same. I mean, it's a very difficult topic. If you look at high tech, you see that a lot of the material that's being used is critical raw materials. Even if you look at battery technologies, I think a good example that I would like to give here, which I have experience with, is recycling. Can you recycle the batteries that are coming back? And if you recycle it, which parts can you re-win? And you have to start now, or at least we should have started 5 years ago, to be honest, but to ramp up your investments on the research, because we need to move faster, because we know there's a threat. And I think I'm a very optimistic person. I think that's why I do the work that I do. The glass is always half full in my case. So I believe that once there is a crisis, we will find a way to figure out how to do this recycling faster, to do the research and development, but also look at basic research, as you said, because there's a lot of material studies being done already for years that we will now look at more effectively, I believe, because when you're threatened, you're going to have to figure out a way to get out of the position that you're in at that moment. So I think for the coming years, this has to be a real focus point for all of us. How can we make sure that you're not as dependent, and how can you create this mutual dependency, because it's the dependencies are too large, and I think we for a long time did not look at it closely. I mean, everybody talked about the Belt and Road Initiative and the new Silk Road, but the Silk Road was the way how China actually, they saw it very strategically, to be honest. I have to compliment them on that, because they saw that they needed to have these harbors and all these infrastructures to be able to mine these resources. But we still have countries, you mentioned Australia, is one of the largest mining countries in the world, actually, which is a bee-fronted country, extremely strong in it. So I think there will be new collaborations, coalitions formed, because we are under certain pressure. That's what I think. Yeah.
Just very quickly, that's a great question. Others are much more expert on this issue than I am, but I'll just, from my limited knowledge, this is what I think the issue comes down to. Thus far, from the ROK's military perspective, critical materials was an issue, but it has now become a critical issue because of our defense industry exports. So if you look at our ammunition sales to Poland, if you look at everything that we've sold to key NATO countries since the outbreak of the Ukrainian war, that basically was an alarm bell for the Korean industry, because we knew that supplies were not basically, infinite. The second issue that I've talked with defense officials in Korea is that the boundary between commercial critical materials and defense critical materials basically no longer exists because of dual-use technologies. So this is why, for example, one of our defense think tanks, I can't go into detail, but what they're doing now, they're mapping out defense critical materials map that they've gained insight from chips from Samsung and LG. So they're basically copying what LG and Samsung mapped out on their global supply chain, including critical materials, and then applying that to the defense sector. That task will take about 2-3 more years to complete, but once that's complete, I believe that it's just like DNA sequencing. And once the ROK ministry is able to have that map, that I believe will be the beginning of paying much more attention to dual-use critical materials.
Gentlemen, thank you for that insight. And now I want to take the prerogative. We have very interesting work to share with the undisclosed think tank, because Benedetta, together with colleagues, including Misha, has mapped out that chain for the Dutch armed forces. So we have the maps here. It has even been lifted towards NATO's raw material supply chain security strategy. Correct, Benedetta?
Yes, we'll come back to the research in 2022.
Okay, we have a few more minutes, so we're slowly on gonna move to a wrap-up. We've been talking about many interesting and relevant issues. We haven't so much spoken about the soft side of things. And I saw there's a professor of the University of Tilburg in the room, and I was reminded of the Global World Values Survey, which maps over time values, societal values, along an entire spectrum, secular, non-secular, disciplined, non-disciplined, rational, not so rational. And I was thinking about the added value of South Korean and Netherlands cooperation. And I have a sense from my visits to Seoul, but also over the last 24 hours, that there is a lot of complementarity here. We're technologically very advanced. If I go to Oslo, to Singapore, or to Seoul, I sort of feel like, yes, they are as technologically advanced as we are. But then there is also the soft side as to where we can be complementary. So I wanted to ask our panelists to end on a soft note, and based on their own perceptions, self-perceptions, or perceptions of the other, what you see as these complementary values that allow us to work together. And I think we're going to go in the same order as we started our panel with. So, Professor, the most difficult question is for you to answer first. Again.
Actually, as a professor, usually most difficult question should go to the student, especially graduate student. Actually, there is
graduate student, yes.
Already well-known rumor that there is a way to put the elephant in a refrigerator. Is by ask graduate student to do that, then he does it. But as a humble moment, I try to say this. Okay, so something in common and something in actually, I think that Korea and Netherlands has in common, and someone is different. So we can be a synergy in between. For example, for critical raw material, if there is a Korea and Netherlands that think about it, there is no solution. So we should invite Australia or the country to solve this. But for the good point for the Netherlands and good point for the South Korea, I think that Netherlands is a very long history about your markets, and you have the merchant for companies who make it. I think the good example is ASML. So ASML is the product, the lithography is the product for the entire world. You got very good laser source from other country. You got the very good lens system from Germany, and you got software from the United States, and you integrated the very delicate machine in here. So you have, and there is a Belgium, there's IMEC, it's like a playground to the engineers all over the world. Even they are fighting. Samsung and Intel is fighting, but they work together and work in the IMEC to making this beautiful machine and its products by in Netherlands. I think this is a very good push of the Netherlands, and Korea can never do that. We never been working with many people invite in Korea and work together. So that's kind of culture, unfortunately, we do not have. We usually have a very hard-working, if there is a first mover, then we should follow them, very target-oriented researchers. So I think this is the most big example, good example that you developed ASML, integrated existing technology all over the world and make a very beautiful machine. And we adapted it in Korea and use it for the manufacturing and make the semiconductor product. So this kind of, but there is a definite distinction between the culture and historical side. So I think we combining, I think can be a very good partnership.
Terrific. Connectedness and diligence and discipline coming together.
You know, you're all familiar with K-pop, and it's overblown. It really is. BTS will never stop North Korea's nuclear weapon, obviously. But BTS is, in many respects, a cultural icon and a bridge between democracies. You know, I cannot think of a single issue, I might be wrong, please correct me, Minister Park, if I'm wrong, can you think of one thing that is negative about the Netherlands? No, I can't either. There must be something about, no, I can't think about it.
The weather.
There are only a few countries that Korea has ties with where we have zero historical baggage. And everything is extremely positive. So in that sense, that value of common, I guess, you know, heritage is something that really is going to be the super glue where we can do real collaboration. Yeah.
Sabine.
Yeah, I took my mission for my career from a very famous entrepreneur and a founder of PayPal, and he said, do interesting things with interesting people. And I think I took that to heart, I think we might be different. I think we might see things different. I think we enjoy different things. I still think that all of us are looking for new innovations, for new ideas, for new love and friendships and happiness, and that's what makes us interesting. So on the soft side, let's do interesting things with each other.
Excellent. Naomi?
I think we can learn a lot from each other. I think we're very complementary. You explained that we are good in systems engineering, which is integration of systems. That's actually a Dutch culture. It has to do with the fact that we are a non-hierarchical country. That's why it's a core competence. Thermo Fisher Scientific is a great example as well. So it's not just the ASML, it's also companies like them that show this competence, which means that is the strength. It's really Dutch. It's not just something from Brainport, but it's a Dutch thing. But you, as Koreans, are able to work extremely hard. Extremely, when you want something, you want to manufacture it. You said a few times, you mentioned that you're a good follower, but not a first mover. And I think we are a first mover because we are innovative, and that comes from the fact that we do this system integration all the time. That's the thing that's in the DNA, actually. But I think it goes hand in hand. So I think that though there's a major difference, I think there's complementary there as well. But we just need to figure out the key. There's always a click or a key to make it work. So that's my take on it.
Super. Well, how should I end with a summary statement of a concluding note after this? Let's just thank our panelists for their contribution. Thank you very much. Benedetta.
Thank you very much, Tim, for moderating this excellent last panel of the day. And before we let you go to enjoy a drink downstairs, if you have endured the whole day so far, I guess a glass of wine is well deserved. I would just like to let the word to our Deputy Director, Michel Rademacher, for some concluding remarks.
Thank you, Benedetta. I'll keep it short because I don't want to be between you and the drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, dear friends. As we draw this symposium to a close, I want to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation and valuable contributions. Today, we have engaged in insightful discussions on pressing global issues, from navigating global security challenges and transformative impact of emerging technologies to the future of innovation through STEM and high-tech industry cooperation. We have also celebrated the enduring and strong relationship between the Republic of Korea and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And it is my hope that these connections fostered and the ideas exchanged will serve as a foundation for continued collaboration and innovation between the two countries. I would like to extend a special thank you to our distinguished speakers and moderators, and especially to Mr. Kim, the President of the Korea Foundation, and to Mr. Park, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for making this all happen. And of course, to all the panelists during the whole day. I trust this symposium has both been informative and inspiring. And so finally, I would like to thank also the Hague Center for Strategic Studies team for their hard work and dedication in co-organizing this event together with the Korean Foundation staff. So without further ado, I look forward to having a drink with you, and thank you and wish you a safe travels. Thank you so much. Thank you, Benedetta, for leading this effort.
Thank you so much, Michel. Well, splendid, not much to add to that. Thank you, everybody, for the discussion today. It has been my pleasure to be your master of ceremony. And as Michel said, I would not wish to be in between you and a drink. So I'll invite you all downstairs to continue these amazing conversations.